Recording in progress.
Good morning. Good morning, talent. Good morning, DG, and good morning, Minister. I'm testing
Good
my sound
morning.
and visuals.
Is they ready? Good morning.
Are you all well today?
Very much better, Mr. Reddy. I'm
Minister,
very
are you
much better.
safe? I'm reading some very disturbing news.
Let's leave that to police. Yeah, what you read is true.
Please, and don't forget the Lord. The Lord is our
Yes, please.
protector.
Oh yes, amen,
Yes.
amen, amen.
Yes. As long as the Lord is with you, nobody can be against you. Stand up,
Yes,
fight, and continue doing the good work.
yes. Thank you, thank you.
Hey, bye-bye, Amal. Send to me a meeting here. This is ek moet dinge
Good morning, colleagues. It's 9 o'clock. Welcome to this meeting this morning. We want to welcome the officials, the Minister, Deputy Minister. I see Minister that's sick. The Minister is here. Welcome, Minister, to our parliamentary staff, members of Parliament, water boards, and the members and also officials from these water boards. Good morning to you all, and welcome to this morning's meeting. We hopefully won't have a very long meeting. I will request the water boards to do a 15 minutes presentation. We will take all 4 water boards after each other. And then the committee members, members of Parliament will ask questions that needs to be answered by the water boards. I have received a letter from the Minister that the Minister is sick. I see the Minister is here, but I'll give the opportunity to the Minister also to speak before we start. Colleagues, may I then ask now that we have observe a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Apologies, as I have mentioned, I had a letter I received a letter from the Minister and Deputy Minister Sitolo that he's got other commitments. There was indication that the Minister is on sick leave, but the Minister is here. Nosipo, is there any other apologies?
Yes, Chairperson, the Minister has asked to leave early to attend to a cabinet committee.
Nosipo, any other apologies?
Chairperson, can you hear me?
I can't hear her. I can't hear anything. All right.
She's already.
There is no other apologies. Can I then hand over to you, Minister?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to you. Honorable Chair, the sick note was for last week. I've started coming to work yesterday, but the apology that I've forwarded as of yesterday was that I will attend this meeting until 10:10 because I have some memos that are to be tabled in the cabinet committee. But DM Mashobo will lead the delegation throughout the meeting. Thank you very much, Chair, for that. So that was the apology. I think I'm now recovered well. Thank you, Chair.
We're glad you are well and up and running for the Christmas season, Minister. Nosipo, it was my mistake. I apologize. My sound was not on. Is there any other apologies from your side?
It's still that of Mr. Dlelanga. The Congress ends today, so he's still in China.
Okay. Thank you very much. Colleagues, with that then said, may I then hand over to the Deputy Minister, Ms. Lobo, to lead us into these presentations.
No, Chairperson, Minister will lead us now. And morning to you. She will lead us now. And then when her time to leave at 10:10, you will remain with me with the water boards. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Then over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me greet all honorable members of this portfolio committee. Greet Deputy Minister Mahlobo, the DG of our department, all DGTs and senior managers, the chairs, the CEs, the COOs and CFOs of our 4 water boards that are present here today. Thank you very much, Chair, the parliamentary staff. Honorable Chair, we are here with 4 water boards in attendance today so as to brief the committee on their corporate plans for 2025-26, 2029-2030 financial years. Honorable Chair and honorable members, let me also start by congratulating our country for an extraordinary successful G20, which was sitting for the first time in the soil of this continent. But Chair, you might not have observed that you played a very critical role as well as the water sector, because we went to Egypt to ensure that this G20 is known in the continent. We went to PanAfcon in Zambia. We attended SADC Minister of Waters meeting. We hosted the Water Investment Summit for the continent. We went to Stockholm. We hosted the AUSISA conference. Now the results are that water has been elevated for the first time in the history of the G20, that it forms part of the declaration. That is because, Chair, we have been working very well with yourselves, and you have allowed us to crisscross the continent. Thank you so very much. Honorable Chair and honorable members, over the past year, the department has put in place the improved oversight model introduced to enhance governance, financial performance, and service delivery across all entities reporting to the minister. This approach has enabled more structured and constructive engagement between the ministry and the water boards, with shareholder compacts serving as a key instrument for aligning strategic priorities of the department with those of the water boards. The department has standardized the key performance indicators across all water boards for planning and reporting. Honorable Chair and honorable members, in this regard, our water boards have been critical to the department's efforts to provide support to water service authorities through the revitalization of water and sanitation infrastructure. Examples of these among the water boards that are briefing the committee today include the Lepelle North in Limpopo, which has implemented water project on Oliphant's Ebenezer project, which will provide additional water to Bulugwane, Seshego, and surrounding areas. As you might remember, Chair, this was the water board that was closer to zero because of lack of governance, lack of financial management and accountability. But as we talk today, there is great improvement. They've turned around the situation in Limpopo. They even have a better balance sheet. This is a water board that is moderate risk but very stable. The term of this board has ended. In the next month or two, we will be announcing the new board. But also it is important to note that the Auditor General has praised this water board for having zero on irregular expenditure, zero on fruitless expenditure. So that also goes with discipline as well as commitment in terms of governance. Honorable Chair and honorable members, in KwaZulu-Natal, uMngeni-uThukela Water Board, and which is working with Zululand District Municipality, are accelerating 4.9 billion Mandlakazi water supply scheme to benefit communities under Zululand District Municipality as well as Mkhanyakute District Municipality. We also want to to send our sincere condolences on the victims of floods that have just happened in KwaZulu-Natal. They are also working at Jozini, Big 5 Hlabisa, Mhlabuyalingana, and Mtubatuba local municipality. But this board has been very stable, let alone the negativity that has been reported now of later, but we are attending to that. This board has a good balance sheet. They are able to deliver on their mandate based on the action plan. The Magalies Water Board is implementing, amongst others, the Clip Drift Package Plant project in Amalskral at the city of Tshwane, which has been delayed for the longest time, to improve water supply to the communities of Amalskral. This water board, as you know, Chair, have inherited a debt from defunct Sidibeng. It has not really come up 100% because it had to pay for those debts, but also it is owed by other municipalities. The Overberg Water Board, which is a very small board but very stable, it is finalizing its growth strategy to grow the business in selected municipality in the Western Cape, but intention is to broaden their scope of work across the Western Cape. This water board is merely in focusing on supply to irrigation. They are currently supplying 860 agricultural processing areas in the Overberg, but they conduct some reticulation on a contract basis for local farmers, especially the sheep farmers. So they have also sustained unqualified report for the longest time. Honorable Chairperson, dear honorable members, will be remiss not to address the issue of financial sustainability of water boards due to increasing municipal debts that had reached 25 billion due to by the end of September, due to non-payment by certain municipalities. These water boards are scheduled 3B of state-owned enterprises established under the Water Services Act, which means that they are self-funding entities that do not receive operational grants from the fiscus. However, many municipalities which procure bulk water from water boards are not paying water boards. As a result of this state of affairs, many of our water boards, except for Overberg Water, are experiencing cash flow challenges or declining payment levels. To assist this, as you know, Chair, we have met with several government in terms of the local government leadership as well as the provincial government. Chair, because there are 4 of these entities today, allow me not to dwell much on them because you have given them each 15 minutes to address the committee. Let me thank you very much, Chair. I'm here presenting to you, Chair, all the 4 water boards. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. And colleagues, this is the continuous meeting of last week. So the department did make a full presentation last week. We just add these 4 boards now. Can we then ask Lepelle to flight and they have 15 minutes. And please, I will stop you within 15 minutes. We had ample time to go through your presentation. You need to highlight your presentation to us. And if there's clarity-seeking questions, it will be asked by members of parliament. You can continue now. Your time starts now, and 12:30 you need to conclude. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, greetings to you and greetings to the Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members that are here, fellow chairs, and all the executive. I will hand over to our acting CEO to give a presentation.
Yes, mate.
Okay, Chairperson, I will move quick. Can we go to the next slide? If this is the, I think we can move to the next one, taking correspondence of the Chairperson. These are the reporting time frames, and I will not take much time on them. We can go to the next slide. Our vision is to change the lives through the provision of sustainable bulk water services, and there is our mission. To provide the provision of quality and sustainable water services to our customers. Next slide. These are our values: the excellence, integrity, accountability, agility, and innovation. We can move to the next slide. These are our business principles, which we focus on reliability.
Chair.
Yes. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, we have compromised quite a lot with these virtual meetings. I recall years ago, boards would come to the committee physically, do a presentation, and that will take almost half the day. Now, we don't know who is speaking. We cannot see the face of the person. We don't know who they are. I think, Chair, let's use the normal process that you normally advise members to please show their faces so we know who they are before actually going into the presentations. Thank you very much.
It's a mistake. My apology, Honourable Member. Yes. Can I ask to put on your screen, because this could also be screened, not screened, but, you know, it could be... sorry, I cut something.
Televised, Chair. These are televised.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You must remember I'm Afrikaans. I must think in English. Colleagues, so please bear with me as well. So please, can I ask that we make sure that you just put on your screen. If your bandwidth is a problem, then you can put it off. But the member is 100% correct. We would like to see who we are speaking to or who's speaking to us, and when we ask questions and get responses, that you also put on your video so that we could see you. You may continue.
Thank you, Chair. As I was indicating, our business principles are reliability, collaborative, and accountability. So in the interest of time, I will move. This is our governance structure. We've got 4 board committees: Human Capital and ESG. We've got Infrastructure and Finance Committee, Operation and Maintenance, and Audit and Risk Committee. Thank you. This is our executive structure, currently with only 1 vacant position. This other one is new and is being also addition. They can be appointing the executive manager who will be responsible for the strategy, monitoring, and evaluation organizational performance. So far, the one that is vacant is the operation and maintenance. Chair, can we move to the next one? Our primary role, let us skip this one. I think the committee is already aware now. Next slide. This is our strategic outcomes: the provision of equitable and water sustainable bulk, provision of equitable and sustainable bulk water services, the bulk water service infrastructure planning and development, effective financial and viability, effective and efficient organizational development processes and practice, and good governance and clean administration. These are our core strategic outcomes that are driving the organization. Can we go to the next? These are our stakeholders, focus on the non-contracted and the contracted, and all the statutory and the strategic stakeholders that we have all the time. Next. These are our legislative mandates and policy mandates that are actually guiding the development of the corporate plan. Can we move to the next slide? This is our area of operation. the light blue on the left, I'm not sure whether you are, on your left, that side, it's the Waterberg district where we're only operating in one municipality, that is Mogalakwena. The other part is being supplied by Magalies Water, but otherwise the other areas, all of it, the blue areas, the darker blue areas is where we are already covering. The yellow area is where we are engaging the municipalities so that we can be in a position to also operate in that area. You can go to the next slide, please. These are the service level agreements that we have with the municipality. Capricorn District Municipality, we've got 30, we're remaining with 13. Mopani, we're remaining with 15. Mkalakwena, we remain with 7. The Pulukwani, we remained with 15. Skukune, we remained with 5. Bembe is the only unique one where they said we must have a contract aligned to their council, but we are busy engaging to indicate that this is not sustainable from the planning point of view and all the issues that relate to water. And besides, water is not going in, it's not periodic. It must be planned throughout the entire period. So, but we are engaging in that regard. We've got 3 mines, which all of them we've got evergreen contracts. They are subject to review every 5 years. Next slide. I think we can go to the next slide again. The next one. Chair, I will present this one and the rest are the same. So what we're indicating in there, Chair, is that we've got the key performance indicators that have been are from the shareholder. Actually, we have been given by the department to actually report on these key performance indicators. And now here we're just indicating in terms of the targets that we have set aside in there. The 95% that goes throughout is where it's a standard. You have to fall within that period, that particular standard. Where we know that it will be changed with time. Be changing with time. It's the other KPIs and your water loss. We want to remain at 5%, and the water quality again is falling within the standard. Next slide. I think as I was indicating, Chair, the standards, they remain at the same percentage throughout. I think we can move to the next slide. Next slide, Chair. This slide, Chair, again is in terms of this is financials and financial viability and sustainability. And again, we just put in the targets according to the capability of the organization. I will not spend time looking at the 15 minutes. Again, this is the human capital, looking at the training, staff retention and bursaries and all that with the related targets. We can move on. Next slide. This is the governance part where we also have put in the put on the targets based on the capability and what the requirements. We can move to the next slide. So now these are the schemes that Lepelle Northern Water is operating, and they are scattered all over. And I just want here the emphasis that I want to make, Chair, is that we are in Skukune. The majority of schemes are very, very small. The majority that line there is showing that, and they are also scattered, expensive to run them. So we planned to do what follows in the next slide. I want to take you through the next slide. So in this slide, we are thinking that if flag share can be increased up to the 60 megaliters per day, we will be able to supply water up to, so we'll be able to do a ring feed. We'll be able to supply water up to the area of Simona, and then again, currently the very same plant is able to reach Pokwani, and what we need to do is to do a ring feed where all the schemes are actually able to feed each other, so that when flag is not working, we are able to pump water from Malikani scheme, and we also in a position to pump water from Steelport. We also in the Fitahomu towards economic zone, put a ring feed that each and every time they should be able to have water in there. So this will get rid of all the small schemes, because Malekane, if it's 60, we have got Flag Share at 60, currently still Port at 3.5, we put it at 10 megaliters. All these schemes can be in a position to assist us and make sure that we don't have too many small schemes where you have got to have people operating in that particular area, and it will actually consolidate most of the people that we are scattered all over. Even now, we are trying to ensure that people like those who are doing the fitting, they are centralized so that whenever there's a problem elsewhere, we're able to go in there, because one scheme cannot be able to even pay its staff complement. It's just operating at a deficit, and it's not a good business model, especially that as water boards we are not getting the grant, or we're getting fiscal allocation. So I thought I should be able to talk to that, and also to indicate that we are working with the entity that has entered into the partnership with the department, Lepelle Water Association, to work together around this, so that our plans should revolve around making sure that we get rid of all the small schemes as they are too much expensive, as I indicated. Next slide. Chair, in terms of the revenue, if you can check in terms of there's a revenue, steady revenue growth in there, and also we're just looking at the growth rate, which is aligned to some extent, Chair, with if you look at the growth rate part in there, as we going to be implementing more projects in there, they will be taking a lot of money in there, and as that happens, the unfortunate part with water is that until the pipeline reaches the person who should be receiving water, you cannot start making the collecting revenue or making any kind of income. So most of the projects, we anticipate that they will be completed around 2026, around 2027, towards that side. So with whatever income that we'll be getting, we will be more pushing the projects coupled together with the borrowings that we are working on. So it's only after that then we'll start realizing the more profits. I think here the acting CEO will explain it better than me. Next slide. This is the capital program that is inclusive of the Old Funds and Ebenezer scheme that we are currently busy with, Chair. I also will be sharing some few pictures of what's happening. Next slide. This is the financial health of our organization so far. Chair, you will see the current ratio, we are sitting well at 3.03. In terms of the quick ratio, 3 as well, and it's within the range. Cash ratio is also at 4.2, and also the working capital at 1.63 million, Chair. That is showing that in this book, the debt book, Chair, it's not looking good. If you look to the far right, total debt, we are sitting at in 2024-25, we are sitting at 1.6, while in the 2023-24, we're sitting at 1.5 billion of debt that we're being owed. Next. Chair, here is just the municipal debt showing the key customers with the account that is overdue in there, and we've got Mopani where our recovery rate is at 60%, and yes, we do have the payment agreement. Bembe, we are at 40% recovery, and we do have the agreement. Skukune, we are at 12% recovery rate. And no, we have not yet signed the agreement, but that has been done, and we are actually supposed to sign at any given moment. Mokalakwena with at 51% recovery rate, and we do not have the payment agreement with them as well. We have got ministerial projects where we are at 8% recovery rate. So, and also we do not have that the payment agreement in that regard. Next slide. This is just simple to show the pictures of the Ebenezer. This is the new system that we did not have at all. The variable speed drive buildings that is in Ebenezer. It's completed. The next it's just some. I just pulled some because I didn't want to take that. Now is the completed part. We can go to the next slide. These are the new pumps that we are putting in. The good thing about this is that now we are putting the pumps that are local so that we don't have to struggle with the ones that are far away from us. And these ones, again, we can go to the next slide. I just felt I should show you the progress in terms of what we're doing. Next slide again, sir. The next slide, yes. Now, in terms of the growth, Chair, we will be upgrading from 60 to 120. The department, I think they've already appointed the service provider, DBSA, to implement that project. That is growth in the water boards is on volumes and nothing else. So the higher the volumes, the lower the tariff, and is even easier in terms of operating it. So the extension of 220 will be very much actually advantageous even to the municipality from the tariff point of view. All funds port, we are already busy with that, working towards the upgrade to 120 megaliters. Flag we share, as I indicated, we take it to 30, and I think once we also get the approval also to take it to 60, in line with that ring fencing I was presenting earlier. I think it will be even more better as well. Again, it's a volume issue. Commercialization of the laboratory, we are already also putting in, I think last year we added about 6 standards in our lab. They are targeting those people who want to come time and again, they come and ask for assistance in certain areas for analysis. And we are also, it's in terms of the growth, in terms of the strategic
Can you
risks.
conclude, please? Can you now conclude?
Yeah, I'm concluding, Chair. This is the most last two. I'll talk to higher risks, which is the negative effects and of climate change and the unavailability of electricity, in which we are looking at we're implementing the climate change policy, and we are also asked the exemption of the load shedding and exploring the new renewable energy source. Next slide. These are the strategic challenges and solution which I think you have gone through, and if there are questions, then I will get them. But next slide, I think is the last slide. Just to show some successful assignments, completion of Nandonsam project that supplies water to Mopani, and the 7-kilometer pipeline that was problematic in terms of supplying water to Polokwane, the completion of the Nkambako Babana project, financial stability since 2021-22, and consecutive 6 years of unqualified audit opinion, and 0 fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Chair, this is my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Overberg, Honorable Reddy, before I go to Overberg.
Yes, thank you very much. Chairperson, I want to make an appeal, if I may, please, and I humbly do this. We've got 4 water boards. Each of the water boards have certain unique issues. They're all not the same. Some, and I'd really like to appeal that after the board has made a presentation to allow us to phrase questions, because what happens is when you go into the next board, it becomes new issues altogether. We lose track of what needs to be asked of in the previous presentation. So I humbly appeal to you, allow us the option to ask questions after the presentation, please. Thank you.
Can I find out from the other members, are you satisfied on this proposal? Honorable Moore?
Chair, I mean, this is the case with all of our presentations. There's a lot of content. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but we had this last week. Why didn't we do this for last week's presentations? So I don't support. Long story short, Chair. Fair is fair. We need to do the same for each set of presentations.
Any other Honorable Ditebe?
Chairperson, good morning to you and to the Minister, Deputy Minister, all honorable members. Sorry, Chair, let me sit properly here. Chair, I think we must follow last week's pattern. The challenge is that these wards, the water boards not being the same, we are more likely to be engrossed in specific details of the one board, thereby putting at risk the time allocated to other boards. I do understand the spirit here, but let's note what these boards are presenting, and then we can come back. We can even have follow-up questions if we are not satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Reddy. That is the feeling of the committee. Can I continue now?
Yeah, no, Chair, I hear the members. I hear them respectfully. I do, but I also want to say that a response like what we did last week is what we should do today is lame and it's weak. Let's look at what is at play here and what is being, what are the implications. We're dealing with boards that affects the lives of millions of people. Lepelle board in particular is one of the worst managed boards in the country. And to say that we're going to lump them all together and respond at the end is not doing justice to it. I also, Chair, you were in the board, you were in this sector for many years. You know, in the past, whenever these boards were interviewed, they were done physically in a committee meeting, where you were able to interrogate each one of them and not do things. And because of time constraints, we are now giving them 15 minutes, come and do a presentation. Yeah. All these boards, it's done in 1 hour. And thereafter, we've got about an hour or two to raise questions. Are we being fair in the process? I hear what members are saying, and I believe in supporting the majority view, although I don't agree with it. Let's proceed.
Honorable Reddy, I take note of what you're saying. May I just say that from next year, most of our meetings will be in person, and in next year we will take less boards at a time and to scrutinize them. So there will be hours. If we conclude, we have now wasted another 10 minutes. But if we conclude, there will be about 3 hours or 2.5 to 3 hours where we can ask some questions. And eventually that is where this comes out, not a longer presentation, but more time to scrutinize the water boards. So I'm sticking with the ruling that we made in the beginning, that there's 15 minutes. And then we will ask the questions afterwards, and there will be ample time for members to ask questions. As you know, I don't restrict you. We can go for a second round of questions, and it could be difficult questions to those boards that you feel that you need to spend more time on to get some clarity. Let's deal with it that way, and then continue. Can I ask Overberg Water now to make their presentation?
Thank you very much, Chair. This is the... Yes, Chair. Can you hear me?
You may continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Overberg Water Board is predominantly operating in 3 areas in the Western Cape. It was established in 1983. We are only found in Roosevelt West, which is Caledon, and Roosevelt East, which is Swellendam, and Devenox, which is under the Hesequai municipality. We are predominantly, as the minister stated, we are predominantly a bulk water supply, drinking water to 2 municipalities and to 860 agricultural farms who are using our water for production and to grow the economy of the region, not only for the Western Cape region or Overberg region, but for the country as a whole, as most of our farmers have got international contracts that also secures foreign currencies as well as job creation and growing the economy. Next slide, please. This is the area that I'm talking about that shows the spread of our plants in these areas. We do have, as I've said, we do have agreements with 2 specific municipalities, but we do have a presence in all other municipalities, either by direct agreements with the communities residing in those areas or with other municipalities like the Cape Agalas. We do provide water to specific community. This is a spread of our area. I think it's important to note that our pipeline is 1,450 kilometers, which is approximately the same distance driving from Cape Town to Johannesburg, which means also we need to automate our system so that we promote efficiency and effectiveness so that we reduce our cost. That will come clearly when I talk about our growth path strategy. So that is the area that we are covering. Next slide, please. And then it is also important to note the distribution of our plants and the capacity of our systems, especially when you look at all our systems, they're almost fully utilized. Therefore, the next rule is to upgrade the system and also grow our business to accommodate more customers, because we normally pride ourselves as an entity that has been consistent in producing good quality water. And if that was not the case, our farmers would not have European agreements, which are very strict on the quality of water that they utilize. But there is a need to grow the business, but also to upgrade the system so that we can offer more services to our region. Next slide, please. This is just to illustrate that we are mindful of our existence as an entity. We operate within various spheres of government. Hence, we interact with all our role players, including the provincial government, as well as the catchment management agency, because our aim is to ensure that the water that we utilized is quality water as from raw to its treatment stage. Next slide, please. I won't dwell much here. It is important to note that in terms of our growth path strategy, we were triggered by our vision, which is to become the leading regional water utility, which provides sustainable and competitive water and sanitation services for the region as a whole. That's what drives us as an entity. That's what has been our motto for the past 8 years. Obviously, like all other water boards, we do have our own values, which in short promotes coordination and integration. Next slide, please. This is the performance indicators that we are going to report on. It is important to know that we have shifted from the old system to the new system, but there are still similarities. But in terms of our commitment, we are still committed to provide water, to ensure that there's water in the pipeline. Next slide, please. We are also mindful that whatever strategies or performance indicators we bring to the fore, we are not operating in isolation. We exist within the Department of Water and Sanitation. Hence, it is important for us to align our strategy to that of the department as a leading sector. Besides, we look at ourselves as an appendages of service delivery at a local level. Hence, there must be a synergy between our planning processes as well as strategies that we produce. Next slide, please. This is clearly translated into the following strategic priorities which were developed by the board, which are similar and talk directly to the department. One of them is water reliability, but the most important one is alternative sources of water and energy. This is important because our system at the moment, the 100% reliant on surface water. We are currently pursuing various means and opportunities to invest in groundwater at the moment. And then the other aspect is desalination, but that will be the second one. And then the most important one as well is to grow the business, as per the minister indicated earlier on, to grow the business of Overberg Water. I'll come to that one later on. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. It is important that since for the past 6 years, Overberg Water has been improving its internal control systems from 2019 to 2025, from 57% to 87.6%. These figures are audited figures, are not our own figures, are figures audited by the AG that has been confirmed. And the last financial year, which is 24-25, our performance was recorded at 87.6%. That is what we are doing. It is important for us because we use this as a mirror to improve in areas where there are weaknesses, but also to excel where we have done good. Next slide, please. If we translate this, how we achieved 87.6%, with the board, we decided to look at our performance on a quarterly basis. As you could see from last year, each quarter there has been a transcending performance because there's a strong oversight by the various committees of the board, but besides, there's also a strong interaction between ourselves and the Department of Water and Sanitation. Hence, in the last financial year, our audit outcome was a clean audit. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. That's a repetition of what I've said. And then I think since we are a water board, it is important to spend some time a little bit on water provision. Water provision since 2019 has been a challenge to our water based on a number of factors, including the shortages of skills, climate change, not climate change, there was a drought in the Western Cape, and it has been a consistent performance over time. While we accept boards' assets and liabilities, most of the executive managers who are here, who are presenting, were not there before. But what is important is we have done our part to change the situation. Hence, the water supply has improved drastically, and we want to make sure that it's 100% available, especially to our agricultural farmers who play a major role for the South African economy. Next slide, please. This is a set of our audit opinions for the past 8 years. In the past 8 years, we have been consistent with the retention of unqualified audit opinions. In those 8 years, 2 of those years, we've obtained the clean audit. One of them was 2020 to 21, and the recent one is last year, which is 24-25. We obtained a clean audit, which was an unqualified audit with no material findings at all. That also another way that we are using to cultivate a culture of performance, but also as a way of saying to all our stakeholders out there, especially municipalities, trust us, rely us, we can deliver. Next slide, please. Next, please. This is just an illustration of our financial plan. I won't spend much time here. It's just to say that we've got a budget that we are following, and the budget that we're following projects us to be achieving surplus for all oncoming years. Next slide, please. This is just an indication to show that most of our expenses are not necessarily in any other areas except, next one, except in the production of water. You could see that the cost of production is quite high. Hence, our growth path strategy had to address this issue so that we become a better performing entity. It is important to emphasize that this excludes the services that we're offering to the Department of Water and Sanitation. We are managing all their wastewater and water provision in all their prisons which are outside the municipal grid. That is one of the areas that we are doing that we want to excel on. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next one. Cool. Thank you very much. This one also shows the spread of our data's age analysis. I must say our collection rate is 95%. Most of our data are due to the challenges we had from drought as well as the COVID. Some of our independent farmers had some challenges, but we are in negotiation with them so that they can pay all our money. So far, there has been a progressive interaction with them, including TWK municipality. In 1 year, they had some challenges. We agreed on terms and conditions of paying back, and I must say they are honoring the agreements. So far, we are positive that we are going to collect our money that is due to us. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is our KPS infrastructure. I won't spend much time on that. It is important to say that it is important to look after our infrastructure. We are using our maintenance plan to ensure that we deliver our water, and also our system is healthy to deliver. Next slide, please. This is our solvency ratio. From this solvency ratio, we are currently in a good liquidity status. I know if you look at our debt to assets, it looks a bit high. We do not have any liability except our normal creditors. So that is what it is. We don't have huge liabilities at all. It's just the creditors that we are responsible for. Next slide, please. Next, please. Next. Okay, next. I will tell you to stop. Next one, please. Yes. Go back, please. Yes, this is quite an important aspect because we understand the role that we are playing. We are responsible to provide bulk water to our customers, but at the same time, we need to contribute toward economic transformation. We have set ourselves some targets that we need to procure some services to small, medium, micro enterprises. We have achieved that, including Black business owned spend. We have achieved that. Black women, we have even overachieved that with the youth as well as disability. That is quite important. Move, please. Move. Yes. This is an illustration. I'm not going to spend much time. Most of our risk register is almost similar. All water boards have the same problem of aging infrastructure, climate change, and so on and so forth, and so on. Please move on this one. These are our KPIs that we need to deliver on. They are all standard, as the minister indicated earlier on. We are working towards to achieve all of them. Governance is very important. It's about the leadership of the entity. It's about compliance in certain areas and also not in certain areas, in all areas. It's also ensuring that we are aligned with what the shareholder wants. There's a shareholder combat agreement that the board signs with the minister, which also another instrument that we're using to ensure that there's water in the pipeline. Our aim is not on documents, but to ensure that there's water in the pipeline. Next slide, please. Next, I've covered all of these ones. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. Move, please. Move to the growth part. The minister did indicate that we have developed a growth path strategy. I want to emphasize that our growth path strategy is in two dimensions. The first dimension is inward looking. We first look at our current challenges as Overberg Water, which were mainly on water supply. We identify areas of interventions. We have done that one. We made major improvements. And then the second layer of this growth path strategy is to grow outward. It is both in terms of our geographical expansion, which is a long-term process, as well as revenue generation to increase the current revenue. In terms of this growth path strategy, we need to reduce our overhead cost. I've shown you earlier on that we spend a lot of time on water production. We want to reduce them by 50% and also want to reduce non-revenue water by 10% and have a 10 million rand per annum revenue. That is the gist of our strategy. There are areas of intervention that we've identified. One of them is to become an implementing agent of various municipalities within our area of operation, but all including various departments. I've mentioned already the Department of Water, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and also we want to be an implementing agent of our entity, of our department. We've handled most of the same project in the past, so that's the area that our growth path strategy is talking about. Hence, it was important to make it a two-dimension, not only to focus about outward growth, but to deal with the current challenges that we were experiencing at the time. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is just an illustration of our organogram. It's not so much important about it. It's just that we have an organogram like all other water ports. The challenges that we are facing as an entity, they're all the same with all other water ports. I think our main challenge was aging infrastructure, which happened at the wrong time when there was drought. So we had a lot of challenges at the time, and we are doing our best to fix and to intervene there, which is characterized by pipe burst. All our systems need major upgrade. We also need to grow revenue, as I've indicated. That is the gist of our intervention plan. We also have a limited organic revenue growth since we've got limited customers from a municipality point of view, but every effort is being made to grow the economy. We're also talking to the Department of Water and Sanitation and the CMA to acquire more water use authorization licenses. And of course, we are in kind of an outdated system in terms of technology. Hence, there is a deliberate attempt to embark on improving our telemetry system, as well as employing Cascadia to improve efficiency and effectiveness that I was talking about, including the new SAGE models to improve our business processes. Next slide, please. Then, having spoken about, the challenges, it is important that there have been, achievements that we have seen. The minister did mention that for the past 8 years, we have been retaining unqualified audit opinions, and out of those 8 years, 2 were clean audits, including the last year ones. We've always submitted our financial statement on time, 100% on time. We've got the high collection rate, which is above 95%. We are reliable water supply. We supply all our customers, of course, and times there will be challenges, and we manage to deal with those challenges. We pride ourselves as an entity that provides high quality water that does not only reside in South Africa, because the produce that are used from our water goes to the international market. We believe that we have launched off the growth path strategy, which would look at Overberg differently. We are aware that it's not an overnight process. It's going to be a process of its own, but we are confident that as we are committed to make things to happen, it will happen. And we also have a water infrastructure master plan, which is a campus to say where to intervene insofar as our infrastructure is concerned. That is in addition to all sets of policies and strategies that we have to improve our system. We also have an improved human resources systems in place. 2 years ago, we conducted a skills audit. Out of that skills audit, it became very clear that we need to improve on our technical expertise, including continuous training for our staff and rotation, as well as ensuring that the entity in its entirety is well capacitated in all strategic areas. We also have an enhanced oversight by the board for 3 committees: operation and infrastructure, which is our simplified quality water committee, and also have an audit risk and business strategy, as well as human resources. All of these committees have played a part in producing the results that are presented, which also includes improved performance percentage-wise, but also a set of audit opinions, unqualified audit opinions that we have getting over the years. Next slide, please. I think in short, Chairperson, this is how far I can go. Within 15 minutes, I thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Can we now go to
how much time?
uMngeni?
No, you want like a minute over, just perfect. 18.
Can you just mute yourself? Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson and honorable members, Minister, if you're still around, and Deputy Ministers, colleagues. I'm going to request our CEO, Mr. Psychologist Sandile Mkhize, to lead us. He will know which part is for him and which part is for Stephan Potter. Over to you, Mr. Mkhize.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the Honorable Chair of the committee, honorable committee members. Greetings to the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Deputy Ministers, colleagues who are in the platform. Chair, we have structured our presentation in four areas where we are looking at governance. I'm not going to deal with all the slides under governance because some of the slides the committee is aware of them. We have then looked at execution of mandate. We then also moved to the third, which is financial viability and sustainability of the organization. And lastly, the fourth area is the challenges and recommendations. We have just looked at the challenges that we believe are pertinent to the committee. When you look at governance, we are an entity of the Department of Water and Sanitation, where we are 100% owned by the department, by the minister who is the shareholder. as uMngeni-uThukela Water, we are a Schedule 3B entity in terms of PFMA, and we are created or established in terms of the Water Services Act, especially Chapter 6, in particular Section 28 of the Water Services Act. As an entity, we have two subsidiaries, which is uMngeni Holdings and uMngeni Water Services. Therefore, these two entities are semi-autonomous entities with their own boards and their own MDs reporting to the parent company. When you look at uMngeni Holding, the role of this entity is to provide Section 30 activities in terms of managing of water resources and resorts that are linked to these water resources. Then when you look at the uMngeni Water Services, their responsibility is to provide front-end loading business for uMngeni-uThukela Water by engaging with customers and turning some of the Section 30 business and converting it into Section 29 business. Therefore, they are the ones who generate and go out and look business for the parent company, which is uMngeni-uThukela Water. If we can move from the slide. When you look at the board, which was appointed in October 2023, is constituted in terms of the King 4 report on corporate governance. We have a full complement board with board committees, the Audit, Finance and Risk Committee, the Social and Ethics Committee, Capital Projects and Fixed Asset Committee, which is CAPEX Committee, Human Resource and Remuneration Committee, Innovation, Technology and Information Committee, and the Governance Committee. So these committees make sure that the business of the organization is managed and there's proper oversight in accordance with the expectation of King 4. The executive committee, under the leadership of the chief executive, myself, is tasked with the day-to-day running of the entity. In line with the new mandates that we got since 2023, when uMhlathuze Water and uMngeni Water were merged to form this new water board, which is uMngeni-uThukela Water. We are tasked with operating in the whole of KwaZulu-Natal province. We have then since broken down the province into regions to ensure that we are able to be effective and efficient in our operations in the whole province, where we have the northeastern region, which is your Zululand, uMngeni-uThukela, King Cetshwayo and City of Mhlathuze. We have your northwestern region, which is your Amajuba district, uMzinyathi district, uThukela district municipality, and Newcastle local municipality. And then we have a central region, which is eThekwini and Ilembe district municipality. And then the southern central region, which is your uMgungundlovu district municipality, Herigwala and Ugu district municipality. So that is how we have structured this province, so that we can be able to have an impact that is measurable and that we are able to monitor in terms of providing water and sanitation services. If we can move from the slide. This slide, Chair, it just talks to the strategy of the organization, which with our vision to be a leader in sustainable provision of water and sanitation services in the developing world. The mission basically is that we want to create value for our customers where we are operating in KwaZulu-Natal. Let's move. The next slide, please. When you look at the strategic risk, we have identified the business and identified the risks that may make us not to be able to achieve our corporate strategy, and we have identified 10 strategic risks as an organization, and out of the 10, there are 3 that are critical for reporting to this committee, which is risk number 1, the ability to meet future demand. The second risk is the ability to deliver projects on time, and the third critical risk that is of interest to this committee is the financial viability risks. You will see when I talk about the 3 risks somewhere in the presentation how they relate to the organization being able to continue to operate sustainably. If we can move, please. Chair, as part of the governance, the organization has performed well in the past financial year, which is 2024-2025 financial year, where we have achieved 97.59, which is 98% achievement of targets. This is the audited results. I believe it's the highest performance out of all the 7 water boards. This, Chair, it's an improvement by 2% from the highest performance that we had achieved in the previous financial year, which was 2023-2024, where we had achieved a 96% performance as a water board. I must say, Chair, that when you look at the boxes here, there are 3 areas of poor performance that we are currently addressing, which is your strategic objective that deals with the Section 30 revenue, where we fell short of the 1.2 billion that we wanted to achieve by achieving only 915 million. The other KPI that we did not achieve, Chair, is to have interruptions that do not last for over 24 hours, Chair. We did have interruptions that last over 24 hours to the tune of 6.8 days, almost 7 days. The last KPI that was not achieved, Chair, that made us not to achieve 100% was the expenditure on CAPEX, where, Chair, we had only spent 3.1 billion rands out of the budget of 4.5 billion rands. This also, Chair, it emanated from one of the biggest projects that we are implementing, which is the Lower Umkomazi bulk water services, which we had budgeted for, which we had an intention to award last year, December, but because of the legal challenges, we were not able to start with the implementation of the project. I must say, Chair, that this also is impacting on us finishing the project on time and ensuring that the people of KwaZulu-Natal do get water by 2027, which currently is shifting that timeline by another 12 months or so, Chair. I must state also, Chair, that in addition to the 98% performance that we have achieved an unqualified audit opinion, which is 5 years in a row now achieving an unqualified audit opinion, and the board has determined that in the next financial year they want to set a target that we achieved a clean audit opinion, since there are 3 areas that made us not to achieve a clean audit, but we are putting measures in place to deal with those 3 areas. In terms of infrastructure growth, Chair, you can see that since the two entities were merged in 2023 July, we have moved to ramp up the capital infrastructure program so that we can ensure that all the communities in the areas where we are operating are able to be supplied. You can see in 2023 we were at 1.7 billion expenditure. In 2024, financial year ended in 2024, we were at 2.7 billion expenditure, and now the financial year ended in 2025, we were at 3 billion expenditure, and we believe, Chair, that with all other projects that are starting, especially the Upper Unkomas projects, we are going to continue with the upward trajectory on the ramping up of infrastructure and ensuring that the people of KwaZulu-Natal, not only the 7 water service authority that we are currently servicing, but the other 7 that are currently not served are able to be serviced with water from bulk water from uMngeni-uThukela water. If we can move from the slide. In terms of the execution of mandate, Chair, we are just indicating that the staff complement of the combined entities is sitting at 1,498, just short of 1,500. With the 58%, 42% split between male and female. If you can move. Next slide. We can skip this. I've spoken of the uMngeni Water Services subsidiary. What we are indicating in this slide, Chair, is that as uMngeni-uThukela Water, we are currently servicing, or we are currently having contract with 7 of the 14 water services authority. Initially we had 8 contracts. We terminated our agreement with the King Edward District Municipality due to lack of payment for the services rendered. We are hoping to revive, Chair, that relationship in a new structured agreement, so that we can be able to then increase the area of supply in the KwaZulu-Natal. In addition to this, to the then 14 water service authorities in KwaZulu-Natal, there is also a private water service provider, which is Caesar Water, that we are also supplying, in addition to the industrial customers that we are supplying directly, especially in the city of Umhlathuze and in the port city of Richards Bay. If you can move. Here, Chair, we are just indicating the stakeholders, of which the portfolio committee is one of the key and strategic stakeholder that we are showing here. Let's move. We can move. We can skip this one. Also skip this one. I've spoken of uMsinsi, the mandate, and the. Yeah, we can skip this one. It's all about uMsinsi mandate. Chair, in terms of execution of our mandate, I'm glad to indicate to the committee that uMngeni-uThukela Water is compliant at a point of 98.69% with the blue drop requirement, and also with the SANS 241 standard. We are indicating that in terms of the water that we are producing, all 1.2 billion liters per day, it's all compliant, 99.6% with acute microbial health, and 100% with acute chemical health, and 99.78% with chronic chemical health, and 96% with operational and 97.5 with the aesthetic. So basically what we are saying is that uMngeni-uThukela water is producing water that is of the highest quality standard that meets the requirements of the excellent level in terms of SANS 241 2015 water quality standard. If you can move from this one. Next slide, please.
Need to conclude now.
All right. Chair, I think what we can skip this slide. Let's skip also this slide. Chair, what we wanted to talk about is the issue of the tariff setting and the challenges that come with the tariff setting that, Chair, out of the water that we are producing to the water or supplying to the Water Services Authority, almost 50% becomes non-revenue water, which, Chair, causes a problem with us having to then increase the tariff so that we can cover for the non-revenue water and for the lack of payment or the increased debt by the Water Services Authority because they are not receiving requisite revenue from the water that they receive from us. Chair, the other challenge that we find is that while there is no growth in the volumes because of the system, the uMngeni system being constrained, as a result, we have to curtail our water abstraction from the system to meet the tariff requirement. That is not in line with the demand that is up there, where the demand continues to grow, and yet we have to pull back in terms of producing water until such time that projects that are outside of the uMngeni system start to kick in, like the upper and the lower Umkomazi system. Lastly, Chair, we are not receiving any funding from the fiscus as water boards. Therefore, we have to run ourselves as a government business entity that is self-sustaining and self-funding. So there is a need, Chair, to engage National Treasury to look at the model to how we can continue to finance the water boards. We are indicating, Chair, that the tariff from uMngeni-uThukela water will grow steeply in 2028 after the commissioning of the bulk infrastructure projects that we are currently busy with, and then it will start to reduce from 2029 to 2031, and on 2032 it will start to moderate at around 9%. If we can move towards the conclusion, we can skip this one. Thank you. So, Chair, I've indicated that the major challenge that we feel it's better to be shared with the committee is the issue of non-revenue water, as I've stated, that as uMngeni-uThukela water, we sell about 2.1 billion liters per day to the water service authorities. About 1.1 billion liters a day of that water that we sell, almost half of that, it's non-revenue water. That is water that the municipality would have paid for from us, but there is no requisite revenue that they derive from that water. When you look at the annual estimates of the non-revenue water in the KwaZulu-Natal province alone, it's sitting at about 6.2 billion rands per annum. So that's a huge amount that if we can be able to reduce, we can use this money to reinvest in the water business. Chair, the other matter I've talked about, the issue of credit losses, where it affects the cash flow and the liquidity, and it threatens the sustainability of the water boards, which then calls for one to look at how National Treasury is distributing and allocating the grants to the Water Services Authority. There might be a need to then revisit how this grant is being distributed in a form of a grant reform, so that water boards can be able to be financed directly by National Treasury for the debt that is being owed to them by the Water Services Authority. Chair, I think that takes me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Can I now ask that Magalies Water do their presentation?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable members of the committee. Can I please ask the CEO of Magalies Water to do the presentation? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. You can continue as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to the Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers, committee members, chairpersons of board, and colleagues. My presentation, Chair, is structured into 12 parts, which I will briefly go through. You can go to the next slide.
Chair.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Chair, once again, I see that we are not following laid down guidelines. I would like the presenters to introduce the delegation that's here from the board, so we know who is here. Thank you.
Honourable Member, yeah, I hear you, but we are not new to this members as well. Can you please introduce your members? Honourable Reddy, I really think we're really wasting time, but you're quite right that we should do that.
Sorry, Chair. No. It's not that. We are on a virtual platform.
Yeah, no, I understand that, Honourable Member. So let's not debate this. Honourable Member, let's not debate this. Can I ask the Honourable Member to continue?
For the sake of disagreeing, Chair.
Chairperson, the chair of the board is Dr. Sibeho, and the CEO, it's Mr. Offense Ntutang is the one who's presenting now. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Can we continue, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I was just going through the table of contents, and I'll ask the controller to go to the next slide. Please just pass that slide. This one, Chair, we're just giving the vision and the mission of our entity, which is to be the leading provider of water quality in South Africa. We're talking about our strategic objectives, which I will not go into details, but I will go into details when we go to the linkages with the departments one. You can move to the next slide. The next slide looks at the culture or the values that drive our culture or that is guiding us as Magalies, which is mainly the integrity, competence, good corporate citizenship, eco-efficiently, service excellent, and value-driven. Can move on to the next slide. Yeah, here, Chair, if I take it a bit slow, it's just starting from far right to the left. We're linking our strategic objective as the organization, linking them to the DWS strategic goals and priorities in terms of the medium-term development plan, and also the strategic outcomes that are coming from the sustainable development goals. So that is the linkages to see how we are contributing in terms of our strategic objective as the entity of the department. You can move on to the next slide. Move on. Thank you. Chair, on this one, we're giving an overview in terms of our service area, mainly supplying the whole of Northwest, the 4 district of Northwest. whereby we have our operations in terms of either Section 29, which is the plant that is owned by us, mainly in the Bujanala area, the City of Tshwane area, and also the plants that we operate on behalf of the water service authorities, mainly in Ngaka-Modiri-Molema, whereby we are currently operating 3 of their plants. We are operating 5, but they've taken over the other 2. And then in Dr. Roof Sohomotsi-Mompati, we're operating mainly their water plants and their wastewater treatment plants in those areas. I will go into details in that. In the Waterberg, we supply in Tabazimbi from our Falkop plant, and we are also supplying Mudumule and Bela Bela municipalities in Waterberg from our Klipdrift plant. We are also supplying the City of Tshwane, mainly Hammanskraal area, the Cullinan area, and the areas around the Valmansdal with our plants that are located in those areas. We can move on to the next slide. Chair, this is the plants that we own in terms of Section 29 that I was alluding to. The biggest one being the Falco plant, which is currently at 270 megaliters per day, supplying mainly the areas of Rustenburg, Moses Kotane, Tabazimbi in the Bujanala district and also in the Waterberg district. And we are also directly supplying the platinum mines within the Rustenburg area. The Klipdrift plant, which is a 42 megaliters per day plant, supplying Bela Bela, Moretele municipality, as well as the Hammanskraal area, Chair. And the Klipdrift plant, Chair, that is where we are also doing an intervention project that the minister has proclaimed to supply water to the Hammanskraal area due to some of the failures in their infrastructure. And this package plant is supposed to supply 50 megaliters per day plant. Currently, we are pushing close to 25 megaliters per day water to the area of Hammanskraal. And we are going to be fully completing this project in December and supplying the rest of the 25. Chair. The Cullinan plant is supplying mainly the areas around the Cullinan mines and the Cullinan area, in that area side. And then if you can move on to the next one, the Valmansdal water treatment plant, which is supplying the areas around the Valmansdal Chair. And also we have the state-of-art scientific lab, which is located in Rustenburg, which is really accredited to do a lot of tests within the SANS 241 Chair. Can move on to the next slide. All right, this one I've already talked to it in terms of our plants and the areas that they supply in terms of the water service authorities. Move on to the next slide. Okay, this one I've also briefly talked about in terms of the Ngaka-Modiri-Molema, whereby we currently running 3 of their plants, Mafike, Mabatu, and the Motswedi plant. We are also operating the Tsosa scheme, which is supplying water into Gaborone area. And then we're also supplying or assisting Khetleng with their wastewater treatment plant and Moretele with their wastewater treatment plant in the rural areas in the Moretele area, which currently don't have the bulk supply. We can move on to the next slide. In the Dr. Ruth, those are the plants that we are operating, and we are also operating their rural scheme in Greater Taung and the Kagisano Molopo local municipality there. Let's move on. All right, Chair, this one is just tracking our performance as the organization, and we're looking at the 5-year period, and with the graph up there, it shows that our performance has been hovering around 90% for the past 5 years. The highest was in the 2020-21 financial year, where we had about 95% performance against the shareholder compact. And we have been consistently performing at that level. We also have been getting clean audit prior to the merger with Citibank or taking over of Citibank. And since the takeover, our audit opinion has been an unqualified audit opinion for the past 3 years. And the board has also put pressure on us to say that in the next financial year, we need to deal with getting a clean audit chair. And just to give an overview in terms of the unqualified audit opinion for this, for the past financial year, there were 3 areas of a concern, mainly being the annual reporting and the AFS, whereby we had major adjustments that we needed to deal with, which is a matter that we can address, Chair. And also the expenditure management, mainly the challenge there is coming out of us getting money from the areas that were erstwhile Citibank area, Chair, which I'll talk into that when we look at the finances. And also the procurement and contract management, mainly the areas that we have been, that there's been some findings in terms of non-compliance with the legislation, which I'll also talk into it briefly, Chair. So those areas, I believe we can be able to address in this coming financial year and ensure that we get a clean audit going forward. Can move on. Chair, this is just a shareholder compact. I will not go in detail in this one because I think all the other water boards have also presented the shareholder compact for the next financial year and for the outer year, Chair. And what needs to be looked into, Chair, is that we have now with the department, there's been a standardization in terms of the shareholder compact, and that is why you'll see that all the water boards are having the same kind of the KPIs, Chair. And Chair, the one that I think is of interest to the committee mainly is G5, which is the value of irregular expenditure, Chair, which we are going to target 0% going forward in terms of the 26-27 financial year. We have already have something that AG has identified in the current financial year or in the previous financial year in their audit, and we are dealing with it, Chair, and I'll talk to it when we come later, Chair. Can move on to the next slide. The next slide, Chair, mainly looks at the financial indicators. This is not fairly new. It's the same indicator that we have been contracting to in the previous financial year, Chair. So there is no new KPI in terms of this one, Chair. Can move on to the next one. The next one looks into the HR and also the empowerment part of it, or the transformation, Chair, in terms of the job creation, in terms of permanent and non-permanent jobs, through the implementation of project and through the organization itself in terms of the organic growth, Chair. These are not mainly new except for the training and leadership KPIs, which are new going forward, Chair. We can move on to the next one. Economic transformation, I've spoken about that. And then there's also KPIs in terms of the asset management, the operational. Operationals are not new. They start looking at the water quality compliance, Chair, which as the organization, we have performed well in terms of the previous financial year, getting 100% in terms of the water quality compliance, Chair. And then from there, in terms of operational, there are some new KPIs that have been introduced that we are going to be working on them, Chair. Some of these KPIs, we're contracting them in terms of the operational, but now they've been elevated into strategic. We can move on to the next one. I think I'm done with that one. Can move into the next one. All right, Chair, this one looks at our governance structure, Chair, in terms of the board accounting to the minister, and the board having some 5 committees that is assisting it with its oversight role in terms of ensuring that management complies, Chair. And also in terms of the executive management, we also have our committees that assist us as EXCO to be able to ensure that we can operate the organization well, Chair. So some of these committees, the ethic management committees, and also, Chair, we have other strategy implementation committees like the Clean Audit Tax Team that is really mainly there to ensure that we address the audit findings either from internal and external and ensure that we move towards the clean audit, Chair. Can move on to the next one. This one, Chair, is just executive management structure, which shows that it's almost full in terms of field. It's only one that is still vacant, which is the Chief Operations Officer, Chair, and this position is going to be filled by Q3, which is March next year, Chair. Can move on to the next one. Chair, this one is just giving us the employment record as of March this year, Chair, which still shows us that we're still on the 70-30 male in terms of our staff complement. And really, Chair, this we were at 50-50 before the takeover of Citibank. And then with that integration, we are resulting with this 70-30, and we are really moving towards addressing this target to be a bit balanced as we refill the post in terms of the people who are retiring. We are targeted on that one to make sure that we have more females to make sure that the democratic curves can improve in terms of male and female going forward, Chair. Can move on in terms of this financial sustainability, Chair. Here we're just looking at our budgeting for the next financial year, Chair, to say that we're still budgeting for a net surplus, and that net surplus, Chair, is mainly going to be used towards our growth strategy in terms of implementing it on the projects that we are running. I don't want to go deep into this one. We can move on to the next slide and the next slide. Okay. Chair, in terms of the revenue trend for the past 5 financial year, we're showing a steady increase in terms of our revenue. And Chair, there was a big jump between the 2022-23 and the 2021-22, Chair. And that big jump was mainly influenced by the GRAP 11 adoption, whereby construction contract was also now adopted as income, and also the merger between Magalies and Citibank, that is also the impact of that one, Chair. And then from there, Chair, we show just a smooth growth in terms of revenue, and mainly this is influenced by the sales volumes and also the tariff increase year on year. Can move on. Chair, the cost of sales will also show the same kind of trend, the jump there from 566 to 940, mainly being when we took over Citibank, Chair. So that is the impact that is felt there in terms of monetary value. And also, Chair, it shows the increase in terms of cost, driven by mainly the raw water cost, electricity cost, and also the chemicals for water production, Chair. Those are the main drivers in terms of our cost of sales. We can move on to the next slide. The surplus, Chair, which has been realized for this financial year, which has really increased, Chair, to close to 1.1 billion, Chair. And mainly this has been influenced by the write-off of some of the debt and converting that into income for the major creditors, Chair. So that has really assisted us, Chair, for this last financial year, Chair. But it shows just a steady increase otherwise in the previous financial years. Can move on. Chair, this slide is just comparing the two slides, which is the revenue and the net surplus, Chair. I will not go in detail in that. I've already explained this slide in detail. Chair, the item that I spoke about, which is really something that we're dealing with as Magalies, is the irregular expenditure. The one that was really discovered or detected by AG in the past financial year audit, Chair, was mainly on our application of the 80-20 preference point system, which was not consistently applied in the RFQ, whereby some of the RFQ did not specify the specific goals in terms of the provincial procurement regulations, Chair, that was going to be used in terms of the evaluation. And that has been flagged as irregular. And we have now appointed an investigator to do a thorough investigation, provide recommendation, and we will be implementing those recommendations, Chair. And also just to report that the target is that by January, the investigation should be done and complete and presented to the Audit and Risk Committee so that we can deal decisively with these matters that have resulted in us getting such an irregular expenditure, Chair. We can move on.
Can you move on faster, please?
Yes. Okay, I think I've dealt with this one, Chair. This one is the water debt that is owed to us, Chair. And here, what is of interest is Ngaka Chair, which is really, we're having serious struggles with it. If you can look at the 120 days at around 236 million. Makwasi Hills, in terms of Makwasi Hills, 354. But with Makwasi Hills, at least, Chair, we have entered into some payment agreement, and we are still dealing with the historical debt, and we believe that we should be concluding in January in terms of this one. But with Ngaka-Mudirumelema, we are not really finding each other, hence we have now approached court in terms of recovering what is due to us. Because we have really exhausted all the IGR process, Chair. The other municipalities, Chair, we have entered into payment agreement or arrangements, and they are really paying. Chair, you can see Bela there that is now on current, and it used to be one of our biggest debtor. Can move on. Okay, Chair, I think this one also continues with the debt. And if you can go back to the previous slide, I just want to touch on Dr. Ruth, Chair, that it was also one of those municipalities that were not paying us, and we managed to enter into a payment arrangement, and they've also agreed in terms of paying the historical debt, and we are now really moving towards ensuring that the current account is paid in full, Chair, in terms of the arrangement that we have written or agreed upon, Chair. Madibeng is still owing us close to 73 million, and this matter is before the court, as well as Khetlen local municipality, which is 70 million, is within court. We've tried all the IGR process, and we failed to get the municipality committing to servicing the debt that they owe us. We can move on to the next slide. Chair, I think I've touched in terms of the payment arrangement and what we are doing in terms of settling historical debt. We can move on. Chair, after we have adopted or taken over the S12 Citibank area, which was not part of our major Section 29, we moved into ensuring that we develop a master plan. And through this master plan, we're going to identify a pipeline of projects, and this will be able to address the challenges of water supply within the entire Northwest province, whereby we'll identify the gaps, come up with a pipeline of projects that can address those gaps. And through this, we'll prepare implementation readiness studies. And with this, we'll start looking for funding to make sure that we can fund this project, to make sure that for the 20 years, 30-year horizon, there is a sustainability water supply within the area of supply that we have been given by our shareholder, being the Minister. Chair, can move on. Okay, I think I've already talked about that. You can move on. All right, Chair, this one is just talking about our growth point in terms of the projects that we have been implementing to support our growth strategy, which we had 40 projects that we have been implementing. And with these projects, we have been able to grow our asset base. We have been able to grow our revenue and profitability as the organization. And we're really moving towards there in terms of also incorporating in the area that was not fully serviced. Chair, we can move on to the next slide. Okay, Chair, on this one, on high level, is just some of our growth projects, which is the Lepelle North, the CLIP 4 scheme, whereby we are going to be supplying the underserved area of Lepelle area, and also a community supply all the way to Bela Bela, and also Mohalakwe Chet, to just ensure that there is sufficient supply there. And we are also going to be targeting the northern part of Madibenche, which is currently not supplied by any surface water, Chair. So with this CLIP 4 scheme, it is aiming at supplying all those areas, Chair. Can move on to the next slide. Okay, just move on. This is just a highlight of some of the projects that we are implementing within our supply area. The Pilanesberg Phase 2 projects, whereby we have done the Chabane Reservoir, we have done the Mafenya pump station, and once the pump station is energized, we'll be able to supply water to Rustenburg. The Moretele South, whereby we have fully completed the 25 megaliter reservoir that was recently handed over by the Deputy President, and we are now moving into the far west area, which was not also supplied, and we have done the pipeline, and this project will be ready for handover also very soon. This one is the package plant that we are doing, including the pump station that we are doing to supply water into the Hammaskral area. And this is just the foundation of the pump station. If you can see it now, it has moved to where it was. You can move on, whoever is controlling. Okay, this one is the pipeline for Modikwe, Betani area, whereby we're supplying water to the Rustenburg. We have constructed a new pipeline from our Falkop area, mainly to service the Betani area. And we are also going to be constructing another pipeline from Betani all the way to Mapolokwe. And this is also just ensuring that that southern part of Pilanesberg is also serviced with surface water. Chair, can move on to the next project. All right, the next biggest project is the Valmansdal water treatment plant, whereby we are intending to expand the plant to 30 megaliters per day plant, mainly to supply or to augment supply to that part of Valmansdal area, which currently cannot grow. There's a lot of developments that City of Tshwane has put on hold due to availability of water, Chair. And we see this plant as a very strategic plant to be able to supply that area and to unlock the development within that Roodeplaat area, Chair. Move on to the next slide. This slide is just a capturing of our CAPEX projects that we are currently implementing. I'm not going to go in details in terms of this slide. You can go to the next slide. Next.
So I have given you 10 minutes past your time. Can you now please conclude? Otherwise, okay. I've got to stop you. Thank you.
Okay, can you move into the next slide, please? All right. The key challenges, Chair, let me just touch on the strategic risk that we are currently dealing with. One being the high debt book, the inability to sustain and grow the business. And we have some key mitigation measures that we are currently implementing to ensure that we address part of this critical risk that we have as the organization. Move on to the next slide, please. In conclusion, just move on. Move, please. Take it, move. So risk. Okay, Chair, this is part of the strategic initiatives that we are currently implementing as an organization to make sure that we can remain a going concern and ensure our sustainability going forward, Chair. Chair, what we just need the committee to note is the challenges that we have with Ngaka Mulema, Chair, whereby really we've tried all with the minister's intervention, the premier's intervention, the MEC's intervention, and Ngaka is still reluctant to pay what is due to us, and we'll be taking the municipality to court, Chair, and really this is after we have exhausted all the avenues, Chair. With that, I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your presentation and all the other presentations. I'm now going to allow questions. We're going to start with 3 questions per member, and then we'll go for a second round till we reach 1 o'clock. So there's more than 2 hours time now for asking questions. Honorable Reddy, you are first.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the presenters. As the MK party, we are not here to praise a fish when it swims. And I think all the boards, they are creatures of this Water and Sanitation Committee. They're paid very well, including the entities, the executives. So we expect to get a fair level of service. As a party, as MK, we're not here because of the boards. We're here because of the people that put us here. So we owe them answers. And Chair, I want to begin by firstly raising questions to Lepelle Water. In fact, Lepelle Water should have come here firstly with an apology, apologizing to us as this committee, apologizing to the minister, apologizing to the people of Limpopo, and apologizing to the people of this country for continuous governance failures, systemic governance issues that has constantly contributed to the people of Limpopo having substandard levels of water services. And I refer especially to rural village communities who, after 20 years, do not get water. My question is, we've heard about Guyana, the Guyana project, which ballooned from 90 million rands to 4.5 billion rands. And after spending that kind of money, the people still don't have water. Short of calling for an ad hoc committee to investigate what has happened here, I want to get some responses from the chairperson as well as the person that did a presentation here as to what is stopping us from calling for an ad hoc committee inquiry into the affairs of Lepelle Water Board, and also tell us at the same time why this board should not be suspended. The second question is directed to the Magalies Water. I had the misfortune, my team and I, of going out there to the Ngaka Modiri Mulema municipality. And I must tell you that apart from the fact that the board is having issues with the municipality, let's look at the livid reality of human beings in that municipality. Constant water outages, having to rely on unreliable water tankers. And this is what we say is the norm in South Africa. It's unacceptable. I want to know from you, what would you comment on to the fact that this committee would consider coming out there on an oversight visit, meeting the municipality and meeting residents to understand what are the underlying issues that's preventing this water board from delivering services there. Then my final set of questions is to my favorite water board, which is, by the way, the second largest water board in the country, and that is, of course, uMngeni-uThukela Water. Let me thank the CE for coming out here and doing the presentation. My question to you is the merger. The merger of uMngeni and uThukela, and I want you to take us into confidence, chairperson of the board as well as the CE. Tell us whether this is working for the people of uMngeni. Because you see, I was there when that minister at the time, who is currently facing an ad hoc committee inquiry, where he unilaterally took a decision to disband the PKTT, did the same thing when it came to doing this merger with uMngeni and uThukela, in spite of getting advice to the contrary, which said that such a merger is going to impact negatively on uMngeni's ability to be able to sustain itself financially. What has been the, how has this worked? Be honest with us and tell us about this. At the same time, you also mentioned to us that non-revenue water is costing 6.2 billion rands. That's over 55% of water that's being lost. Yet you show a profit of close to R1 billion. eThekwini requires R500 million to deal with 55% water losses. Now, don't you think we can come up with some kind of an arrangement that says, eThekwini, we'll sort out your water losses, we'll take over your pipes, and that 55% that you are paying for water that you're not using, you continue to pay to uMngeni until the debt is settled, some kind of an arrangement like that, where we can now take this issue of non-revenue water head on and not just make this a talking shop. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Minister. And thank you, members. I look forward to hearing the responses. Thank you very much.
Minister.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson. The other questions the board members will respond to will guide the Chairperson, and then the DG and the team will assist us. With respect to Lepelle Northern Water, Honorable Reddy, Comrade Reddy, we must admit that in the past, it is one of those sad reality in the water sector where there was high levels of corruption, levels of failure of governance and malfeasance. And it's a sad story that in our good story of trying to give water to people in South Africa, that particular aspect happened in the province of Limpopo. We know now that this is not the current board that was part of those particular problems. There are these people who were there at that particular point in time, and they were very pleased that government had to act in terms of the law enforcement agencies. The SIU and the Hawks were brought in. A formal investigation was done. This current board, under the leadership of Dr. Mpepu, they are just living on a borrowed time because by next week or this week, by next week, we expect cabinet to appoint a new one. They have done well in this board. They have implemented, Chairperson, their recommendations by the SIU, including the Hawks. We have received the reports yourselves. A number of people were dismissed. The other cases are in court. Asset forfeiture unit is actually being in place. There's been a stabilization of this particular area. And our team will indicate that we then had to get Mopani to implement the issues of bringing water to bring water.
Okay.
Mopani had to be appointed as an implementing agent. We know now that the pipeline was done. from Nandoni until to the treatment works. It was done by this water board chairperson. Working together, we've also been in a position to reticulate more than 24 villages, albeit on the question of delays, unnecessary delays. And our ministry now, we are looking at phase 2. DG and Dr. Mate will speak about that because those communities of Mopani, they must be assisted. They are implementing a number of bulk infrastructure projects. Therefore, the idea that the current board is a disaster combat ready is not true for this particular board. Others that were there before, indeed, they did fail us. We don't want to, there is no need of an ad hoc committee, but there is a very dear need to hold others accountable. Those were part of the shenanigans, those who stole from people's money, whether it was the companies that were there, including the officials that were working in the system that are facilitated.
That's nice.
But we are also calling for the law enforcement agencies to actually act with the necessary speed in dealing with those issues, Honorable Reid. But the DG and Dr. Mate will add on this particular one. The criticism for this one, for the body that is actually have completed the term, leadership is not warranted. There are many, many other issues why we're trying to help the issue of Limpopo. My last response will be on the issue of uMngeni-uThukela. The idea, Honorable Reddy, that we are putting that uMngeni as the second biggest water board in the country and in the continent, they have to be given a proper contract to support eThekwini and other municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal. We've been engaging with them, as you know, that eThekwini, they are part of the presidential intervention, and Dr. Phillips works with them in the presidential working group on water there. One of their mistakes eThekwini was doing was trying to bring uMngeni at a short term for a year. Initially, we negotiated for 3 years, but the bigger discussion are happening on a form of like an SPV. They work on a partnership, because if eThekwini can reduce this non-revenue water, Honorable Reid, most of the problems will be resolved, especially affecting the plight of the communities in the outskirts, but also the ones that are in business. But probably you as legislators, we should be in a position to assist them. But maybe Chairperson will suggest that we start with uMngeni. They are led by Chair Advocate Kuzwayo and Mkhize, if the issues around the merger, and then from there we can take Magalies, and then Lepelle, then the DG and the team can come in. But we can tell you, Honorable Reid, the measures that we did in the restructuring of the water boards, there are risks that are there, and we're still grappling with them. One of the biggest risks was to dissolve the Sedibeng Water Board. We took up their liabilities, and their liabilities were huge. Firstly, in terms of the asset base was not at a level where you can be very happy with the assets in terms of liquidity of those assets. And the biggest burden, you know now, it was borne by this new water board called Val Central. A certain component to that, you know that uMhlathuze in the main, when you were still there yourself, uMhlathuze in the main, their biggest client was uMhlathuze municipality, uMhlathuze city. The other municipalities are very rural, and the issues around the collection are a biggest issue. But all these water boards that are rural water boards and serving rural communities, there's a biggest issue around the asset base. In terms of the growth plan, we need to increase capex and increase their asset base. And then in certain instances, they are just managing assets that are not their assets. Then there's also the issues whether these communities will be able to afford it to pay. But let's start with uMngeni Kuzwayo quickly with the Umkhize, then followed by Magalies, who'll stop with Northern Water Board.
No, thank you, Deputy Minister. My comments really on the question of measure. The measure was driven by an agreement which was signed to ensure that the going concern, which was Mhlatuze, was received in its intact purposes, because the gazetting for the measure required a number of legal compliances. I think, speaking from today, one can see that probably it was not a bad move if you were to ask yourself, somebody in Hluhluwe who needs water, how would he or she get water? But with the consolidation of the resources between the new entity, the asset base within the new entity, the muscle to borrow where required, the muscle to utilize the funds of uMngeni-uThukela Water Board to reach those areas. So in my view, I wouldn't look at it. I think, as we always say, when you sit at a retrospect position, you are in a better position to assess really where we are. The issues of staff matters, because you literally needed to ensure that everybody who's in the old system can move into the new system. And we've done all of that. And I'm not aware of any labor relations burning issue that one can say, but Chair, here is this burning issue on staffing issues, because you sometimes also gauge whether a measure was a success or not by the consequences of a measure. I'm going to stop there and probably ask Mr. Mkhize to talk on the specifics in terms of the operations, because that is I think the area where he can add value to the committee. Thank you, TM.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson of the committee, I have been covered mainly by the chair, and I've been covered mainly by DM Mahlobo's response on the issue of the measure. In terms of the operations, I believe that from the economies of scale, it makes sense now with the hindsight. When we look at why the two entities should have been meshed, and it also makes business sense to have one water board that is able to use the economic muscle and its balance sheet to drive the growth of service delivery in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I believe, Chair, had that not happened, the growth in the 7 water services authorities that are currently not serviced would not have been feasible, because each water board will not be having enough in their balance sheet to drive the growth, unless if there was grant funding that was coming from National Treasury, considering the vastness of the area of KwaZulu-Natal, which is currently not served. So I believe that what was done to merge the two entities has resulted in an efficient and an agile entity that is going to be able to drive the water and sanitation service delivery in KwaZulu-Natal and even beyond in other provinces that may need the services of uMngeni-uThukela Water. Chair, if I were to talk of the non-revenue water in eThekwini and other areas, as uMngeni-uThukela Water, we are assisting the municipality eThekwini with the implementation of a project that is meant to reduce and to identify and pilot the non-revenue water reduction technologies in the city. I will allow the chief financial officer who is close to these operations, Mr. uMngeni-uThukela, to just talk about the interventions that we are doing in terms of non-revenue water in eThekwini and other areas. Thank you.
Thank you. And greetings to the chairperson and the members of the portfolio, as well as the deputy minister. Chair, I think on the 6.2 billion rand matter, the 6.2 billion rand impact is actually for the whole province, Chair, which then actually gets to a point whereby our non-revenue water is less than 4% as a water board, but the impact of the 6.2 billion is actually the municipalities' impact. Chair, we have actually in the 5-year corporate plan, we've allocated a budget of about 50 million rands per year over the next 5 years to deal with non-revenue water for all the municipalities that we are contracted with. That makes up about 250 million over the 5-year period. But I think the point of clarity was that the 6.2 billion is for the municipalities rather than actually the water board itself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chairperson, we'll take Dr. Sibeho quickly with Mr. Ntutang on the issue of Ngagamodiri.
Thank you.
Greetings once more, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister, and all honorable members on the platform, plus my colleagues from the different boards. Honorable Chair, Ngagamodiri Mulema is a water services authority. We contract to that district through them. So far, we are responsible, as we said in our presentation, for Motswedi Water Treatment Plant, which supplies the areas of Motswedi village and Borakalo village, as well as Lobatla. And so far, we haven't had any report of water challenges in those areas. We are in constant communication with the municipality, as well as the local municipality within which the water treatment plant exists. We are also responsible for Mabatu water treatment plants, as well as Mahikeng. So far, there hasn't been any water challenges that has been communicated to us. We mainly supply through those plants. The Mahikeng town and the Mabatu town and surroundings, urban areas, and those peri-urban areas that are connected to our bulk. With respect to the honorable member's question about oversight, as a board, really, we cannot prescribe where the committee goes, but we would be happy to take the committee through our operations and through the areas in which we are responsible as Magalies Water. Through you, Chairperson, maybe the CEO would like to make an addition.
CEO?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I think the Chair has really covered me. The other areas that we were previously supplying was the Dilokana area, whereby we were operating the plant, but our battery limits was mainly limited to the plant itself. And then what we'll do, we'll pump water out to the distribution system, and the Ngagamodiri Mulema will be the one that will be managing sort of the supply, the demand management, and ensuring that the water reaches where it's supposed to reach. And the other one, we're operating the scheme in Ithuseng, which we have currently ceased to operate, and we're only supplying to the bulk, and the district was mainly the one that will be distributing that water. But it will be to the Ithuseng urban area, not the surrounding villages of Ithuseng. The other rural scheme is currently operated by the district, Ngagamodiri Mulema, Chair. So we can't really comment on that part, Chair. Thanks.
Chairperson, let's just agree with Honorable Reddy. There is a crisis in Ngagamodiri Mulema. there are too many players that are there. There's a lot of work that we're trying to do, but it's one of those struggling water services authorities. You know, Chairperson, you're also from Northwest, and this is where the capital is. Probably on the wisdom of the committee, if they choose to do an oversight, it will be welcomed. But at a particular point, if the leadership of the committee wants us to discuss Nagamodiri and some parts of Northwest, as a ministry will be prepared. The last one, Chair, I will ask DG and the team just to come on the Giyani project on how far we're moving. I think I've covered the board on the matters on behalf of the shareholder, whether this is a terrible water board that is in charge now. Thank you. DG and Dr. Mate, quickly.
Thank you very much, DM. Good morning, honourable members. I'll try and address two questions at once. On the Giyani project, its progress is we've presented to the Portfolio Committee many times before on the Giyani project. The Portfolio Committee will remember that the Giyani project was delayed for a very long time, and this relates to the governance issues at Lepelle that Honourable Member Reddy raised. There was a particularly bad period of governance at Lepelle Water Board during the period 2014 to 2019. There's been a major SIU investigation into the appointment of LTE Consulting by the board at the time, and that has resulted in a number of referrals and a number of actions being taken. To its credit, Lepelle Water Board had engaged in a number of disciplinary cases, and there were dismissals and some officials resigned. And also the SIU and the Hawks are pursuing criminal cases in that regard. And as a result of that process, Lepelle Water Board has put in a number of measures to strengthen its governance, and in the institution as well. The governance has been strengthened, to control measures have been put in place as part of addressing those SIU findings from the investigations of that 2014 to 2019 period. Rizimati, would you like to come in and just give a brief update on the latest progress on the Giyani project? And also, you could also mention, summarize support that we're giving to Ngaka-Modiri Mulema District Municipality. Rizimati?
Yes, no, thanks, DG. I think on the Giyani progress, what DG has just reported on, it's based on the historic information of the old Giyani challenges. As DM has said, we have managed to complete the raw water transfer from Nandoni to Giyani, which Lepelle completed. It was in 2023, so there is water being supplied to Giyani on raw water supply side. But then we also optimized the plant chair in Giyani, which was dysfunctional. It's now producing between 25 and 30 megaliters a day. Now, the reticulation program that DM spoke about, which DG was trying to highlight, it's actually a new scope. It should not by any way be confused with the original so-called Giyani project. It's a new scope which started in 2022, which DM has said now 24 villages have been completed, and we're also going to do the rest of the other villages. But the misconceptions in public chair is that every time we talk of Giyani, even when we are reporting on the reticulation project of the 55 villages, people still classify this new scope as part of the original work, which actually is within the SIU. The other part of the progress which is done, it's what Lepelle is doing to transfer water from the treatment plant to various villages. They are actually almost completing most of the bulk lines. They were doing testing on some of those bulk lines that are taking water from the treatment plant and linking to various villages, those 55 villages. That work is progressing quite well. On the Ngaka-Modiri issue, I think Honorable Reddy is correct. There are issues there, but what we have done as the department, just to highlight to the portfolio committee, is that through our provincial office, regional office, we have had constant meetings with the executive mayor together with the political principal in Ngaka and their executives. And of recent, we had a meeting in late November last year and early this year. Now, what we elevated was to also give an advice, because we have always made efforts to get Magalies Water to be the implementing agent. You have heard the chair raising that issue, that there's one plant which they are managing, but our view was Ngaka needed to at least give much of the scope of work to be done by Magalies Water. We had gone as far as drafting some of the agreement, which were going back and forth. There are capacity issues, challenges at Ngaka which we have raised. What we have gone as far as doing, Chair, as the last point, is we have also advised the municipality on what will be the most legible and the proper or realistic structure, or that is ideal for operations of a water service authority, because most of the challenges happening there is capacity issues as well as governance in the political space, which are basically beyond what the department is able to do. However, support is constantly happening. We are implementing project, one of those through Magalies Water, but there are still systemic issues which need the governance of the political leadership in that municipality to address. Thank you, DG. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Reddy, that was your responses.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now, there's nothing more I can say. I'll leave my comments when we meet in plenary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Minister and the Deputy Minister, the DG and support staff, the 4 boards that are here, and the support staff, my colleagues, honorable members, and the support staff of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, maybe let me start at the point where I would need to emphasize the critical importance of oversight. That in this instance, we're talking about state-owned entities, and that we have an experience of state-owned entities in South Africa that have gone under they've been grabbed, and for quite some time they've survived on subsidy from government bailouts, and therefore I wouldn't want us as this portfolio committee to shirk our oversight responsibilities and see some of these water boards at some point also facing the same situation. We are aware last year that we, as a portfolio committee, recommendations were made by the department that for the bailouts of some of this, and it's on that basis that we have agreed that the equitable share should be docked so that they can get out of this situation and should not be dependent on bailouts. But that we know for a fact that we in as far as oversight is concerned, we have what government, which is a shareholder represented by the minister here, that appoints the board, and the board that is responsible for strategy and operations. We, as the portfolio committee, we represent the legislature. And we've got the clear responsibility here to look at the finances of these water boards. And to this extent, I would want to support the view of Honorable Reggie, so that we haven't been given sufficient time to really drill down into issues that are necessary to make sure that we avoid the situation that any of these water boards could one day go bankrupt. We can only do that if we are given enough time and opportunity to go through their balance sheet and their financial statements, which we did not have. That's very critical, Chair. And going forward, we really need to look into that. But I also want to thank Lepelle Northern Water for the progress that they have made coming out of the bad situation that they were in as a result of corruption that took place there. And I appreciate the recovery trajectory that they're applying now. I think that's good. For the chair of the board and the CEO, I think what you then need to do is just roll with the punches, because this is based on the history. So it's not just, but just roll with the punches. Chair, I want to address myself to questions that cuts across. And if allowed, there are 3, they may go into 4. I want to speak once. I will not want to have a second bite on them. The first one, Chair, would be with regard to the capital placement reserve, which I believe is very much important. In terms of the generally acceptable accounting practice, which the boards are using in this regard, as the one that sets norms and standards for accounting practices generally in private business. It is clearly that it provides a framework that all the boards, all businesses need to have cash that is being internally reserved for future capital expenditure, that is replacement of aging infrastructure. And that should be as a non-operating profit. In other words, this is cash that is set aside and not available for dividends. It's a requirement of the general acceptable accounting principles. I'm raising this matter because in the majority of the other boards, they have indicated as part of the challenges, critical challenges that they have, the aging infrastructure. And they're raising this sharply aging infrastructure because they did not provide, they did not appropriate for this capital replacement reserve, which is a requirement. It's an account, it's a bank account, investment account that all the boards need to have. So if they could indicate to us and all of the boards as to how are they faring, do they have these accounts? If they have these accounts, how much is in the accounts? If they don't have, what alternative means do they have to replace the decaying infrastructure, which is a challenge? And if this is not addressed now, we at some point, Chair, going to be faced with a serious solvency questions as far as this is concerned. My second part related is with regard to the liquidity, Chair. We didn't have time to really look in terms of what their liquidity is. But if they could indicate to us where they stand in terms of the acceptable ratios, we know 1:1 is a basis, but a healthy ratio should be between 1.5 and 2. Where do they stand in terms of this? And if they're not at 1.1 or 1.2, how are they in future really going to be able to address this thing? And because that gives us a good projection of how they can be able to meet their short-term debt obligations. Thirdly, is in as far as equilibrium is concerned. They must indicate to us where they stand in as far as equilibrium is concerned. That is the state at which there's a balance between income and expenditure. So if they are above the equilibrium, it means they are positive, they've got surplus. How many of them are in the situation where they're above the equilibrium, they are positive, and their balance sheet are projecting surpluses? I would want really to get an answer really in that instance. And that addresses also the question of solvency. You would understand, Chair, like I said, liquidity address with the short-term ability to address short-term obligations. Solvency is about the ability to address long-term obligations. And that is important because it gives us a dipstick of how far these boards are from bankruptcy. And I think that's a very necessary thing, that information that we really need to get, Chair. And I would want to my last question will go to DWS, Chair, before I go to recommendation. There's been a measure of water boards, and I guess the measure of these water boards was also to create a net asset value for the new established water boards. And that net asset value will probably be used to be swept towards the growth path strategy of this new established water board, so that we don't continue bailing them out as a result of this new net asset value as a baseline from which they could then be able to sell, so that they can turn very positive. Now, my question is whether before merger, have they done the calculations as to what will be the net asset value of the new entity? And if that has been done, what opportunities exist for this net asset value to be sweated by this new entity's water board towards a positive growth path strategy? And if it's not done, would the department, the minister as a shareholder, consider engaging this kind of an exercise, that we should be able to sit comfortable and know that even these new water boards have got this good net asset value? My recommendation, Chair, is that, and in line with the fact that, as Honorable Reddy has raised, we do not have good enough time to really question the balance sheet. We never had time to talk the balance sheet. We were talking to it in piecemeals. My recommendation is that all boards should come back to present a proper business strategy, business growth or growth path strategy. And in their growth path strategy, they should reflect critical on the following issues. First one is the capital replacement reserve. In as far as the growth path strategy is concerned, how are they going to make sure that this fund is available for future? Secondly, that is their liquidity. Tell us where they are now. If they are at 1:1 or they are less than 1, is bad. But when are they going to achieve a liquidity of 1.5, or between 1.5 and 2? Their solvency as well. And acceptable solvency status will be at 20%. Where are they now? If they're above 20%, we are happy. Those that are at less than 20%, as part of their growth path strategy, how are they going to really achieve that good solvency? That goes as well to equilibrium, as I've mentioned, that if they're at equilibrium, it means the income and expenses are at the same level, so they're always able to meet the obligations, debt obligations. Are they there? Are they less than that? Are they above that? If they are less than that, what are they going to do in terms of mechanism? And or if they're above, how are they really going to sustain that part? These are the few issues that Chair outlined. If there's any board that is in a positive, is above the equilibrium point, has got a surplus in their balance sheet, would love to see that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Deputy Minister?
No, Chairperson, I think what is raised by Honourable Comrade Stan Ramaile, we will have to find time and discuss, because, Chairperson, you know, all these boards are subjected to the financial management prescript, which is the PFMA, who are all subjected to GRAP in terms of auditing. All these matters with respect to issues of assets, the values and others, they are clearly, the audit reports, they are a clear indicator of the health of these organizations. At that strategic level, Chairperson, I must assure Comrade Honorable Stan Ramaila that that matter is taken care of. But it does not actually dissuade members of the portfolio committee if you want to go deep down there to check the numbers. But from accounting practice, as a shareholder in terms of the oversight role we play, it's important. When it came to issues of mergers, Chairperson, the measures were well thought of. We wanted to have a coverage of wall-to-wall, but at the very same time, we had to respond to the viability of the water boards. In terms of the viability of the water boards, is the issues of assets, the owner's equity is equivalent to asset minus liabilities. One of the measure that we did, that's why our classification of some of these water boards in terms of our risk matrix, high risk has always been the water board that we refer to as the Val Central, wherein certain components of the then Bloom Water, including Sedibeng, they came together. And remember that when including Magalies, one of the biggest issues, Honorable Ramaile, that you should note, a number of these water boards are doing their primary function in terms of the Water Services Act. Where they do their primary function, you will find that most of the assets are owned by themselves. They are owned by themselves, and they have that particular networks. They have all those particular water schemes that they are managing. And in other words, you could see their liquidity ratio is very, very healthy. And if you look at a water board like uMngeni-uThukela, and then you look at Rand Water, that primary function, some of these water boards in the main, they are normally doing secondary functions. And those secondary functions, you can look at home where you come from. In the main, in the district that you manage yourself at a particular point, Comrade Stan, you will remember that most of those assets, they don't belong to the water board. Those are not the assets of the water board. It then has a problem around issues of liquidity, because those assets, they are actually managing them on behalf of someone else, including the obligations that if you are sweating that asset, will you be investing back on the asset or not? Because you cannot invest on an asset that doesn't belong to you. Hence our reforms to say you need to do what is right. When you actually sweat an asset, whatever you are getting as a return on investment, bring it back so that asset is on a good position. The water boards, Chairperson, that are moderate risk and high risk. In the main, the risk for the water boards, all of them, is the ability of the consumer to pay. The ability of the consumer to pay is the one that is threatening the viability of all water boards. The ability not to pay has an impact on the investment, whether on CAPEX, on OPEX. If the debt is ballooning to this particular rate, as you see now, currently more than 24-something billion rands as we speak. Then you look at Machabeng, that is actually hovering close to 9 billion rands. And you continue to supply. And in other words, continuous supply, it means you're continuously sweating an asset, but there's no return on asset. That's the difficulty that they face. But those that are doing a secondary function, like Magalies, like your Lepelle Northern Water, Amatola, and including Overberg, if they are going to expand, we will have to look at a mechanism to say how can we create an asset base for them. That's in broadly on those issues, but there is a growth plan. But despite the growth plan, Chairperson, our biggest risk, because the water business is a very simple business, there is a demand, there is a supply that we must maintain, but the supply is dependent on the ability to pay. I will ask Kabazela, including Shamase, quickly, without going into details around their liquidity ratios and the capital replacement. And then they will be followed by Dr. Benjamin and Dr. Telezi from Overberg. Then we'll go to Lepelle Northern Water Chairperson, Dr. Mpepu, and the CFO there, and then Dr. Siberho and the CFO there on those matters of the ratios within the norms and standard. But the growth story, I will ask them not to deal with now, Chairperson. It will be a longer discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ramayela, do you want to respond to that, or do you want us to go to each water board? I totally agree with you. I think what we should do is we should call these water boards back in the new year, and one by one, and then have that discussion. I think I totally agree that we should rather have more meetings and have them in person to scrutinize what we need to scrutinize. Can you comment on what the minister has said, or are you satisfied?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm generally covered with what you were saying there, that we can call them back one by one and really focus on each of them deeply and ask those relevant questions. I'm also covered with the part, Chair, and I agree with the DM that maybe we still need some side discussions regarding the reforms and so on. For instance, the Deputy Minister, if we can look at, I did raise this point, maybe I might have been misconstrued to be misunderstanding these reforms, but you would have, for instance, a pipeline that comes from an abstraction point from the river, which in my view, that belongs to the department or belongs to can be transferred to the water board until at the municipal treatment plant. That is an asset. So as you do transfers, would that be transferred to the new entity, or can it be transferred to the water board to try and create that asset base for them? But I agree, it's a discussion for another day. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moore?
Chairperson, I thought you would give 1 minute each, just that they give their ratios without answering the growth story.
Yeah, I think it is in the report, Minister. We will deal with that when we have each water board.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we go to Honorable Moore?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the various water boards, the DG and his team, the Deputy Minister and colleagues. Chairperson, from a fiscal perspective, these four entities sit in very different places, but with some common warning lights. I'm particularly concerned about Overberg Water because it's essentially operating just above break-even, with production and overhead costs almost consuming its entire revenue base. For a board of its size, the fixed governance and administration costs appear structurally too high, and it has almost no capacity to self-fund maintenance or upgrades. Its capital program is almost entirely grant dependent. And I think, in my view, that raises a serious question about the long-term fiscal viability of Overberg in its current form and footprint. And I'd really appreciate the comments from the Deputy Minister, as well as the DG on this, particularly long-term fiscal viability in its current form and footprint. Chair, then moving on to uMngeni-uThukela, Lepelle Northern Water and Magalies Water, they all present much stronger income statements with healthy reported surpluses, but their apparent strength rests on some fragile foundations. In all three cases, large and growing municipal arrears mean that revenue on paper is not always cash in the bank, and we've seen some challenges with that statement in other places, but I won't touch there, Chair. uMngeni-uThukela has already had to impair a sizable portion of its debtors, over 2 billion, I think it was showing, in terms of losses. Lepelle is carrying over R1 billion in unpaid municipal bills, and Magalies' own debtors book is escalating to the point where it threatens their ability to pay suppliers and fund operations. Magalies' most recent surplus is realistically, it's significantly boosted by a once-off debt relief, which inflates the headline result without fixing the underlying problem. I don't expect a response to the fixing of the municipal challenges, but I am concerned because especially seeing uMngeni-uThukela, our second largest water board chair, facing, I think it looked like from the sites, over 50% of the water they produce seems to be lost to non-revenue water. For an entire water board, over 50% it's very challenging. And Chair, all four boards face substantial capital and refurbishment demands that cannot realistically be funded from operating surpluses alone. The current corporate plans, therefore, seem to assume a combination of above-inflation tariffs, and that's a concern, Chair. We cannot, with the pressure that's been put on our customers, be having year after year of significantly above-inflation tariffs. And you can see that already in uMngeni-uThukela. They're talking about challenges with some of their customers who are having an issue with the level of tariff. And as we continue to grow our tariffs faster than inflation, it puts more and more pressure there. But to go back, the current corporate plans, therefore, so they are based on the inflated tariffs, continued grants, concessional borrowing, and I think periodic debt relief interventions. Now, from a committee perspective, Chair, I would suggest that our fiscal focus should be on three issues. First, whether small entities like Overberg remain structurally viable. Second, the quality and collectability of revenue in boards with large municipal arrears. I know this is on our cards, but I haven't yet seen a solution that is really working. There's a lot of different plans and actions going on. But if there is something that's come from one of the boards, Chair, I think we need someone to highlight it. We need someone to cherry pick and say, uMngeni's getting it right with Ugu, or Lepelle is getting it right with whoever, so that we can bring that out to us. And third, Chair, finally, whether the financing mix for the major CapEx programs is credible and sustainable, or whether we are simply pushing an unfunded maintenance and infrastructure backlog further down the road. And that's what I'd like the final thing to be on. And I'd almost again like the department or the deputy minister respond in this, Chair, is whether they think the CapEx programs are credible and sustainable in terms of our infrastructure maintenance and upgrading of these infrastructure, because it came up again and again in the presentations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Minister?
No, thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thanks, Honourable Moore. Your input is very, very helpful. The issues of concern you have in terms of our risk assessment, we are absolutely correct. These entities, in terms of their financial viability going to the future, they are actually threatened. And we are actually, as a ministry with the DG, looking at the viability of these institutions. In the short term, we must thank the portfolio committee led by the chair and all of you that have been supporting us with respect to issues of credit control, but also the issues of stabilizing governance that is there. It has not been easy. As you could see, the twins, which is electricity and water, our debts are actually ballooning, and all these other matters were taken into consideration. And in our case is worse, Honourable Moore, because these entities, they've always been self-sufficient. In other words, they've been dependent on accounts receivables and without any bailout. And it looks like going forward, the scope within the fiscus of any further bailouts is not possible. With respect to issues of CAPEX, we are absolutely correct. On CAPEX, most of these entities, if you could see, the moderate risk and high risk, in the main, even if you could see those earnings they have, is on the basis that our ministry has chosen to use them as implementing agents. You can look at that project of Oliphant Sport Ebenezer that is being done by an entity called Lepelle Northern Water. it makes them to look much better. But that money is not their money. It's the money that we are using, that we are raising ourselves from the blended finance to do some of those particular projects. And then you could see Magalies, they are doing these breads, they are doing a Hammanskraal and others. That's where you could see the injection, because the other injection that we are expecting on receiving water has not been good. What Honorable Ramaile is raising is a very, very valid point to say, how are we going to actually assist them to be in a position to have their own assets that they can sweat, manage, they can develop. Some of the assets that I could see that Honorable Ramaile was speaking to, we are encroaching to the assets that are belonging to national water resource infrastructure. You know, those ones that are belonging to national water resource infrastructure, they are clearly demarcated, isolated, because at a particular point, they will go to the agents that is them. And we are absolutely correct that the growth story of these water boards, including the business plan on how to grow them, is going to be a most important aspect, Honorable Mo, because if we don't do that, in the next 2 to 3 years, we'll be caught up. The latest, there was a time when DG Sean Phillips came here last year and told you that by June last year, by September last year, 2 of the water boards, they will not be able to pay employees. They will not be able to pay the electricity to pump water. They will not have been in a position to pay for the chemicals just to treat water. But through the reforms we're doing, probably in our growth story, Honorable Mom, this thing of doing of the reforms where they can actually become water services providers themselves, have proper operating licensing, then they can also compete in the space of the secondary function is one of those particular options, but also the possibility of inviting private sector actually to have shareholding within these particular entities. Like what you could see Rand Water, they are doing, that implementation model of the SPV at Mfuleni. They are not only going to use only their own balance sheet, they have engaged with some international organization and funders. World Bank is supporting them. At eThekwini, they are looking at more or less the same model. Some of those issues that we are saying, Honorable Mo, we must take them to heart, but then produce a concrete response plan so that we don't collapse these entities. I will ask DG to conclude my response, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. DG?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The fiscal model of the country is based on the idea that the water sector is financially self-financing. We, as government, as the fiscus, we don't give any money to the water boards, and we haven't been bailing out any water boards. Only a number of years ago did we give 2 small bailouts to Sedibeng Water before it went bankrupt. But apart from that, there's no bailouts to water boards. And Treasury at the time refused to allow us to give any more bailouts to any water boards. And I don't think that that's going to change for the foreseeable future. If the water boards are going to be given money from the fiscus, that money has to be taken from somewhere. So it could be taken from our budget, which would have consequences. It could be taken from the provincial health and education departments, which would have major consequences, from the Defence Force, which is already very strapped. So all of those options are very unlikely. And alternatively, taxes could be increased to be able to give money to the water boards from the fiscus. But Parliament has turned down a request from Treasury to increase taxes. So there isn't any money in the fiscus to give money to the water boards, and that's likely to remain the situation for the foreseeable future, which means that the water boards need to be run in a business-like way to be financially self-sufficient, which in turn means that their revenues must cover all their expenditures, all their necessary expenditures, including things like the replacement cost that Honourable Ramaile talked about and all the required maintenance. Now, if their revenue is going to be sufficient to cover all those efficient costs, and I emphasize efficient, the water board should be efficient. They shouldn't be spending money wastefully. But if their revenue is going to cover their efficient costs, they need to optimize revenue collection, and we need to deal with the problem of non-paying municipalities decisively. And then secondly is the issue of tariffs that Honourable Moore raised. Now, if the water boards are going to run on a business-like way, it's not going to work if we put tariffs artificially low so that they can't even cover the required efficient costs. The water must be paid for. The costs of the water boards must be paid for, and tariffs is where they come from. If we keep tariffs artificially low, it's going to have consequences. The water boards won't be able to do the required capital replacement that Honourable Ramayila is talking about. And then finally, whether the CapEx programs are credible and sustainable for the water boards which are in a very strong financial position like Rand Water. Yes, their capital program is very credible and sustainable. For the other water boards, many of them, their capital programs are inadequate. They're not budgeting sufficiently for the replacement of infrastructure, as Honourable Ramayila said. And the reason for that is that their revenue collection has got holes in it because of the non-paying municipalities. So all of this discussion just emphasizes the centrality of us dealing with the issue of non-payment by municipalities to the water boards. Thank you, Chair.
Can you also speak on the Overberg that was mentioned by Honourable Moore? Although I believe that their risk is lower than the others, but could you maybe just speak on that as well?
I'll gladly speak about the DG.
Okay.
Okay. Just get done. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister and DG, fellow chairpersons and CEs. I'm Razin Benjamin. I'm the chairperson of Overberg Water Board. Just to respond to Honourable Moore's questions and statements, I'd just like to iterate the fact that, remember, the financial statements is a point-in-time review, and I would say that our growth before the 2025 financial year was very pedestrian due to two main reasons. The one was, and the DM has mentioned it, was the excessive cost of energy, as well as what the DG has mentioned, the restriction of tariffs. I think now that we have been saving on energy costs and there's not much restriction on tariffs, we will be growing further and viable. And in our presentation, we also made or gave a snapshot of our growth path strategy. And in that strategy, we have what we call the 50-10-10 plan. Now, the 50 refers to where we want to reduce the water treatment works and operating and maintenance costs applicable to Overberg Water. That 110% refers to where we want to reduce our water losses by 10% every year, as well as the other 10% increase our revenue every year by 10%. And in looking at that and the possibility of growing outside of Overberg, I do think we are viable. Perhaps the CE, Dr. Buthelezi, also wants to add to that.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the issue that we are currently embarking on is a multifaceted approach. The first one, as I've said in my presentation, is to deal with the current challenges that we're having as an entity, which will mean we'll have to increase our revenue. And by increasing our revenue, then we'll have some money that we'll set aside as we used to do before. And secondly, is to continue to implement the outside growth, because we have realized that the water board business is a volume-based business. The more customers we have that we provide water to, the more revenue we'll generate, the better the results will be shared to grow our capex. But I think the comments that were made are quite valid. They also assist even us to take this narrative within the organization forward and to engage where we had. Hence, we decided to come up with a growth path strategy. At the same time, identifying various sources of revenue, such as other secondary activities. I think that's how I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moore, your response?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the responses. I think we do need a more in-depth breakdown into each of these, because the basic operating costs at Overberg, and I'm not picking on them, I'm using them as an easy example, make me very concerned about the viability of maintaining the capital projects in the long term. And I appreciate that the business plan aims to solve that problem, but it remains a concern. But in the same way, the DG is very much trying to balance the thing, and I in no shape or form do I think we should have artificially deflated tariffs. But the reality is that every year that a tariff increases faster than inflation decreases the ability of our consumers to afford that tariff. And as they cannot afford that tariff, it's going to cause more and more problems down the line. And I think in the long term, Chair, the ability of these entities to spend money on their capital projects in order to continue and ensure that we have viable and secure water projects should be a key concern of our committee. And I think we just need to remember that when it comes time for our strategic planning, because I even with the explanations given, I think this is an area we really need to give a lot of attention to. Thanks, Chair. I'm happy otherwise.
Thank you very much. Honourable Dithebe.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, DMs, DG team, CEs and chairs of the boards, colleagues. Chairperson, thank you very much. A lot of questions, I think, have already been covered by my colleagues. I'd like to put questions to, I think, all of the water boards, starting with the Overberg one. They have mentioned, Chair, that due to some drought issues and other related challenges, they've had a problem of farmers that were in arrears with their payments, etc., given the fact that they are a very small water board. Now, what is the risk of those farmers defaulting inexorably, and how much would be involved if they were to then have those farmers not being in a position to pay back whatever is due to the board? And how have they prepared for that from the point of view of potential loss? That's to Overberg. The second one, Chair, relates to uMngeni-uThukela. When we were in KwaZulu-Natal, there were basically two projects, the Lower uMkomazi and the Upper uMkomazi. The one that, the latter being in the care of the TCTA. But let's go to the Lower uMkomazi, where there is good enough water treatment works. We were informed, Chair, that as a result of the designation of an area adjacent to good enough water treatment works by the city of eThekwini, that resulted in Eskom not being able to energize the plant. And I would imagine by implication that affects all other facilities downstream, notwithstanding the fact that people demonstrated such incredible cooperation and understanding. We were informed in some instances graves had to be moved, etc. We do note that as a result of that project, a number of villages in and around that area will be able to have water, but in the absence of electricity, that poses a serious risk to the operation of that particular facility, and I think also wastage, because then they've got to operate, to treat the water that takes chemicals, etc. But otherwise, a very wonderful facility, Chair. The other one, Chair, relates to Magalies, I must say, yes, indeed, I agree with the colleagues that there are quite a number of red flags, number of dangers, etc., as spelled out in respect of the lifespans of different water boards and their ability to be sustainable. But I must say that I was, and this is basically on a comparative basis, Chairperson, comparative analysis basis, I was pleasantly surprised by just how Magalies, relative to the water boards such as Val Central, seems to have navigated quite a number of very serious challenges. And Chair, I'm raising this because we know that to a very large extent, the same challenges that Val Central inherited when Sedibeng Water was disestablished and Val Central formed, together with Bloem Water and Sedibeng merged to form Val Central. Magalies experienced similar challenges. Now, Magalies seems to have made some progress. Now, I'd like to know how many historic challenges with regards to disputed debts by various service authorities, Chairperson, have they been able to resolve, if any? Because I think this is something that is important, just on a comparative basis, looking at how, for example, Machabeng has continued to impinge the ability of Val Central to operate because of, as the DM said, it edging close to 9 billion rand in terms of debt. The last one, Chair, to the DM and the DG. We have just seen that, for example, after the delivery of the MTBPS, that Eskom has been able to secure an agreement with a number of municipalities across the country in terms of the distribution agency agreement, which lasts for 3 years. Now, when I looked at that, although I'm not quite au fait with the nitty-gritties of the DAA, it's something that's similar to what this committee went out in support of, in respect of the department, that is the 216 sub 2 of the Constitution, the equitable share, withholding a portion of it, so that we try and mitigate the risks that high-risk boards like Val Central faces. Now, could any lessons be drawn from that? We've been told before that Section 6.3 of the Water Services Act doesn't quite allow us to be as aggressive. And I'm drawing an analogy between the DAA and provisions of Section 6.3. Of course, we all are mindful of the pending amendments to the principal legislation. But can any lessons be drawn from that? And what is it that we can do to ensure that the high risk that Val Central is exposed to in the interim, or any other board for that matter, is mitigated by looking at a similar approach as what Eskom has done in relation to highly indebted municipalities in respect of energy? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister?
Chairperson, I will ask that we start with Dr. Benjamin on Overberg, on the matter raised by Honorable Ditebe. We'll follow by Advocate Kuzwa, the Chair of uMngeni, and then Dr. Sibeho, then DG, then I will conclude.
Thank you. Can we go in that order? Thank you.
Thank you. Razin Benjamin here, Chairperson of Overberg Water Board. The question on the drought, I'll ask the CE to respond to that because he made that statement during his presentation. Then on the debt, I see our debt equity ratio is very low, which is good for me, and our debt collection is very high. Our target is always 90%, and I think one of the things that we've done started doing 2 years ago, and it's working very well to get to this improvement, is the fact that we reviewed our debt management strategy and revised our debt management policy, where we one of the controls in the actions in that policy is where we actually go and sit with the debtors and speak to them about positive payment plans, and I think that has helped us. But in saying that, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Buthelezi just to speak on the drought statement he made, and then also add on to the question of the debt management. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Committee Chair. The problems that we started to see, it was during the drought. I think most of our farmers have recovered. However, we still have a 4 million rand that we still need to recover. What we have decided to do is to have individual meetings within every farmer who owes us money, with an intention to enter into agreements with them. And it seems to be working, because some of them, they opted even to come with their lawyers to have agreements, so that those agreements are binding to both parties. I think in that instance, we think that would work. Having said that, we are mindful that not everything might work. We have made a 5 million rand provision in our books, but that will be a worst case scenario. The positive scenario is that we'll collect all our money that is due, especially when there is a willingness from the other party to sit around the table. That is how far we would do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next water board.
Thank you, TM. I think CEO, Mr. Mazibu, should lead us, because this applies generally to Eskom in all our projects. So I'm sure he should be in a position to give us what arrangements I think he's taking over with the relevant corresponding peers from Eskom. Mr. Mazibu.
You are muted. We can't hear you. I'm not sure whether it's only me.
If he's not there, then the CE has to jump in.
I think so. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I can see that the COO is having a challenge with his gadgets because he's unmuted, but he's not talking. Chair, what we have done, we have made application to Eskom, and we have engaged Eskom at senior level, not only for the abstraction works at Good Enough, but for all the areas where we are operating. We are seeking also to have engagement with top leadership of Eskom in the province, so that we can be able to have a speed dial to them where there are delays in application, where we have seen that some of the applications are as old as a year and nothing has happened. Some of the operations, we have to run them using generators while you are waiting for the connection to happen, which usually cost us much more money than it would cost us if we are operating using a Eskom connection. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Magalies?
Thank you very much, Chair. The CEO will add, but I can just say that, yes, indeed, during the amalgamation, we did have a problem of people disputing debt, especially historic debt. It was a very long journey, but we strengthened our stakeholder engagement. We met with these municipalities, we spoke to them. We, in some instances, had to even form task teams to make sure that we go with a fine comb on the invoices that they were disputed. There were incidences where when we could not find evidence of work that Citibank had done for those municipalities. There were a few incidences where we had to do write-offs, but maybe the CE can also add. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, for that preamble. And thank you very much, Portfolio Chair. Indeed, as Magalies, we were very intentional in terms of ensuring that we collect our historic debt from the customers that we inherited from the erstwhile Citibank. And on this, Chair, we also ensured that we gravitate towards signing of a payment agreement with all these municipalities that were owing us. They were indeed disputing some of the debt that was owed. And I'll start with Dr. RSM, Chair, whereby they were disputing the debt, and the process was even at the court process. And through the engagement that the chairperson has alluded, we developed a task team whereby we needed to find out the nitty-gritties in terms of what is it that they are disputing, and mainly was the POE or supporting of the invoices or the debt that was submitted through to them. And through the task team that we managed to establish, we managed to reconcile the account and make sure that every account is supported by POE. And in instances whereby we could not get the supporting POE, we followed our policy in terms of proposing write-off to the board, and we managed to write off, I think, for Dr. RSM, close to 451 million that was written off. Similarly, with Ngaka, Mudirumulema, Mahikeng, local municipality as well, we followed the kind of similar approach. And for Ngaka, we managed to write off 240 million, and for Mahikeng, we managed to write 142 million write off, which could not be supported by a proper POE, mainly because of some of the challenges of record keeping from the erstwhile Citibank. And with this, Chair, then we managed to enter into a payment arrangement, and it was a condition that once we write off, the condition should be that the municipality must enter into a payment arrangement and honor the payment arrangement. There were instances whereby the municipality wanted to deviate in terms of our debt collection policy, whereby they wanted longer term, and we also looked into affordability of the municipality. And in those instances, we managed to deviate from the policy and get the board to just approve that deviation, like for Dr. Ruth Sohomutsi Mumpati, whereby the payment arrangement was that they mainly gravitated towards paying it over 5 years instead of 3 years. Initially, they proposed 9 years, and we pushed back to 5 years, and that was agreed. And also the condition was that they must also honor the current account, and also that if they just don't honor the payment of the loan outstanding account or debt, then the write-off will be reversed. So those are the conditions that we imposed, and we monitoring those on a monthly basis. I think the last one that is outstanding that we are still engaging with municipality is the Makwasi Hills local municipality, whereby they are still disputing some of the debt, and we are in the terms of the roadmap to make sure that by the end of January, we can conclude on all those areas of dispute and get into an arrangement, and so that they can enter into a debt payment agreement. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that response. Deputy Minister, you and the DG.
DG, come in, then I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DM and Chairperson. On the issue that Honourable Ditebi raised about Eskom agreeing with municipalities to provide distribution services, I think it's quite similar to the amendments to the Water Services Act and the distinction in the Water Services Act between the Water Services Authority and water service provider function. So my understanding is that Eskom is becoming the electricity service provider in those municipalities. It's similar to what we're doing with Rand Water and Mfuleni, where Mfuleni is the Water Services Authority has decided to, together with Rand Water, to create an external special purpose vehicle to be the water service provider. So what the municipalities are doing with Eskom is asking Eskom to be their electricity service provider. The amendments that we're doing to the Water Services Act are going to create a more enabling environment for more water services authorities to choose potential external water service providers. We don't have a single Eskom in South Africa that can do it, but we do have some strong water boards like Rand Water and uMngeni, who can certainly play that role of being an external water service provider for water services authorities. And there are also other options, such as the concessions, for example, the long-term concessions in Mbombela and Ilembe, which water services authorities can use as a basis for deciding to appoint external water service providers. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
No, thank you, Chair. The issue of Eskom matter there in KwaZulu-Natal will interact as a department with the Water Board, and if there's a need at a minister-to-minister level, because if the energizing is taking a little bit longer at a regional level, Chair, we'll just come in and push the things. And the other project, the leadership must know that the one on TCTA, uMngeni is also involved. We've unblocked it. We've spoken to traditional leaders. We are ready to proceed because other parties are on board. But generally, Chairperson, the concerns that are being raised by honorable members of the committee with respect to the viability, we must thank the leadership of Magalies. The liability they had was not too much as the same as the liability you had on the other side of the Val Central. But Magalies has been strengthened by the strong leadership and the stability in governance. But all in all, as we speak now, Chairperson, looking at the issues of all of these municipal entities now, in the short term, we are very pleased that they can meet their short-term obligations. Their ratios in terms of solvency, they don't look bad. Remember last year when we came to you, Chairperson, around the Magalies, including Val Central, they were unable to meet their short-term obligation. But for the next few months, even those that are at a high risk, they will still be able to meet their issues of short-term obligation. But going forward, Chairperson, your committee members are absolutely correct. We must be much clearer how these reforms are going to assist us and what other modalities we can put in place. Because if we don't do that, Chairperson, the risk going forward looks to be very acute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ditebi, that was the responses. Your view on that?
Chairperson, no, thank you very much for the responses. I just want to say that perhaps in hindsight, while indeed in respect of Magalies, they have engaged alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, and the water service authorities have been quite cooperative. On the contrary, in respect of Val Central, and Val Central is certainly not before us today, it was last week, but I just want to say that remember that Val Central which is a combination of Bloem Water and Sidibeng, has had very serious challenges with Machabeng engaging in a lawfare mode, meaning therefore that in lieu of alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, they resorted to, for example, arbitration through the courts, etc., because there's no negotiation or mediation. So in other words, the mechanisms of resolving the dispute, and I'm talking about Machabeng and Val Central, has been replaced. The alternative means, that is, have been replaced by resort to courts, etc. So meaning therefore that while the overall amount of debt, etc., all the related issues may have not been quite of the same weight as what Magalies faced, it is quite clear that they have basically traversed that long path of arbitration instead of alternative dispute mechanisms, as it has happened with Magalies. And it is quite obvious, based on the responses that we've had, that it has borne fruit. But it always takes two to tango, Chairperson. So I just want to say, in conclusion, we cannot look at the one water board and not look at the other. They are an overall ecosystem. Two things for me. It's the SLA, which does not exist. And again here, despite the challenges that Lepelle Northern Water has faced, I was quite impressed by the fact that they were able to outline 30-year periods, etc., for SLAs, something that is absolutely not in place in respect of the relationship between Machabeng, for example, and Val Central. So something that needs to be standardized in respect of all the water boards, and that will go for Machabeng. And of course, Chairperson, I cannot overemphasize this. Come December, we want a portion of the money that is due to the water boards, and we don't want 62 million, we want 70 million for Val Central, even though that is an outcome of the arbitration recently. So all the other issues, we welcome what DM says about resolving this issue in KwaZulu-Natal, and we wish uMngeni-uThukela and TCTA and the department well in terms of accelerating the Upper Mkomazi project and all the other issues. We hope also that other water service authorities will be cooperative. I was quite concerned when we were informed that in another instance, uMngeni-uThukela had to cut off an agreement or revoke an agreement it had between itself and one of the municipalities. And my next concern is what happens to the end user, who more often than not does not have a say in these kinds of things. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kegakilwe.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to DM, DG, and the team, the chairpersons from the board and the CEs from the board, our parliamentary staff. Honorable members, good afternoon. Chairperson, let me welcome all the presentations from the board and the achievements made by some of the boards. Most of the boards, they have performed well when it comes to their audit findings. And then Lepelle for unqualified audit report for the first 5 financial year and 0 wasteful and fruitless expenditure. Chairperson, let me also congratulate Overberg Board for the improved performance from 58 to 87%. uMngeni-uThukela from their achievement of 97.5%, and then our Magalies small province Nyaka for their 90% achievement, and also congratulate all the board's chairperson, because all of them, they've indicated that they value their staff by making a point that they really implemented their skill development programs. Chairperson, let me welcome our former DG, Mesebego, thank you. Our former DG Yako Northwest. I welcome that you are leading our board, our water board. I will now go to the questions, Chairperson. I know a lot has been said with regard to Ngakamudiri Molema, but I will support the planned oversight visits, but the situation as it is now, as the board has indicated their intention to take the municipality to court, I will then recommend that even if it is a virtual chair, we need to meet with the municipality as well as the board to just find out as to what is exactly happening with regard to district municipality. And I would also want to appreciate the efforts of the board for writing off some of the debts. For Ngakamudiri Molema, when I was speaking to the mayor, he indicated that some of the debts, they start from Buputatswana, and there was Botselo Water, Sidibeng Water, and now Magalies. So the argument, though the board does not tell us exactly what is the challenge, the root problem is there is no verification of money owed. But I don't know how true is that thing. I don't want to appear like Tate Mokhotsi. Chairperson, if the board can tell us exactly what is it that the municipality is owing them, if they do have a clear verified information, then we can take it from there that the municipality doesn't have any reason to refuse to pay them. And the municipality, they also indicated that there are multi-million bulk water projects which were supposed to be done by Magalies, and all those projects, they were not completed. Like, for example, there is a project at Setlagole, which was planned 10 years ago, and then Mafikeng wastewater, and then Motswedi bulk water. All these projects, according to the mayor, were not attended to. And the frustration from the board, it's so concerning, Chairperson, because they've tried all the avenues. The department is trying to intervene, but there is no positive impact of their intervention. If the board can tell us what role did COGTA do to try to assist the board, as well as the office of the premier, because I couldn't get that one coming clearly. But we really need to make it a point that we assist Magalies to penetrate district municipality so that water is provided. Like last week in Mafikeng, the community members were protesting for sewage spillage because the municipality was not paying the contractor left side, and it was just a mess. We really need to take a fast action to assist the people of Mafikeng. And then the other thing which I need to, it's a recommendation. I'm in Vryburg. We get our water from Pudumong, but most instances, water does not reach Vryburg from Pudumong. You will find there are leakages. Dry house people, they will just stop the water so that Vryburg does not get water. And once the water is released, it means the municipality will have to pay, whereas the water did not meet the destination. So if the board can just ensure that they attend to that one. And then the other question, Chair, is with regard to 78 million relating to overpayment of capital projects. According to the presentation, this matter was referred to legal for recovery. And I just want to find out from the board up to now, what did they do? And how long will it take for that money to be recovered? Thank you, Chair. I'll come for the second round.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Will Chairperson. I will ask the chair of the board, Dr. Siberho, and the CE to respond to the issues raised by Honorable Kekahilwe. And then probably DG on the issue where the honorable member is from Vryburg. Our provincial head can also add from Northwest, so that at least we know what's happening in that particular space. Thank you so much. Chair will allow the chair to lead on the other.
Thank you, Magalies.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister, and honorable members on the platform. Thanks, Mek Hakile, for the questions. I think the solution would lie in getting both sides of the story and actually digging deeper into what exactly is happening. The allegation that the debt that we are talking about is actually from Bophuthatswana is something that as a board we really cannot establish or answer to, because when institutions change from one side to the other, they are getting taken over by the existing one, in the same way as we are now dealing with the CDBing issues. And to me, it sounds as if the executive mayor is actually saying that they have been in the habit of not paying for a very long time, that they owed Bosilo Water and now they owed CDBing and now they owe us. We are saying, let's draw a line in the sand. Please pay for the services that have been rendered. The CEO will go into the details of the amounts and everything, but what I can say to you, Honorable Member, is that with respect to the assistance by COGTA in the province as well as the Office of the Premier, when we've always, before even the ministry could come in, we have always been escalating these to the two offices. And even when the minister came in for intervention and called those Sunday meetings to intervene on that, both the MEC and the Premier would participate. We are at a point where, at the level of the department, there has been a task team that has been established to try and assist the board. But I must say that even with those efforts, Ngakamudiri Mulema is still a problem. Ngakamudiri Mulema, even after giving them all the POE and reconciling all the invoices, and they are still not paying. When we sit with them in a meeting, they would agree that yes, they will pay for undisputed amounts. But when we leave, the story changes, and now here comes this new story about Bosilo Water and all. Through you, Chairperson, I would like to give an opportunity to the CEO to particularly together of course with the DWS, our DWS person, to deal with the Blumong water that does not reach Vryburg, but also particularly to deal with the 78 million overpayment. But I would also like the CE to talk to the allegation of projects that have been given to us as Magalies Water that has not been completed. And we should take responsibility where we are responsible and then see where we are not responsible. Ngakamudiri Mulema has been a very difficult stakeholder, but I'm sure we will find each other and we will get there as soon as some interventions come in, even in the form of the portfolio committee. So if you agree, Chair, can we allow the CE to assist me with answers that I don't have? Thank you.
We'll continue.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson of the committee and the Chairperson of board for the opportunity. The Chair has really responded to the key issues and the key challenges that we're facing with our stakeholder being Ngaka Mulema. But just to give a background on this disputed amount, Chair, to say that indeed it's true that in terms of the historical amount, it comes from the Northwest bulk water supply, transferred to Butsilo, and then ultimately transferred to City Bay, and then transferred to us as Magalies. And the challenge that the district was citing, as I've initially elaborated, was mainly on the supporting documentation for this debt that is owed. We have established a task team. We are set in meetings together with the accounting officer and his team to unpack each and every invoice in terms of the high level, the framework, and to say what will be supported and what will be the POE to support such invoices. After that process has been done, we provided files of the supporting POEs to the municipality, and what could not be supported, because this is really historic, we propose that we'll submit a submission to our board to consider write-off, which is what I've initially indicated, that for Ngaka, close to 240 million was written off because it could not be supported. And then that supported debt, which is close to 380 million or so, the district was supposed to pay and enter into a payment arrangement, but they did not honor the agreement to say that when the debt is supported, then they will pay. Then we provided debt which is supported with clear POE, and they still did not enter into any payment arrangement. And hence, that is why I say that because we have exhausted all the IGR process, that one, with the intervention of the minister, with the meetings that we had with the district, the premier and also the MEC of COPTA, and also the HOD of COPTA, who was tasked to convene the two accounting officers with their teams to make sure that we can resolve this matter. So the COPTA did produce a report which was presented to the political leadership, and even with that, the municipality is still not prepared to pay the debt. So that is where we are, Chair, in terms of historic debt, just to give an overview in terms of that. And then let me just also enter into the other matters that were raised in terms of the sewer spillage within Mahikeng. In terms of our mandate and our battery limit, we are only responsible for the bulk water treatment works, the sewer reticulation, the sewer spillage, and the current project that Ngaka is implementing. We are not responsible for it. So I think, as the chair has suggested, that we need to have a sit down with the Ngaka so that they can also put their side and the right questions can be asked to them. And then in terms of the bulk projects that are not completed, I think one is a Setlahole project that is not yet completed. Yes, indeed, Magalies inherited this project from the Estual City Bank. It was having some challenges. And we have managed to resolve it. We have managed to terminate some of the contractors who were appointed on the project. appointed new contractors to make sure that the scope is completed. And I think in the last 2 weeks or so, the Deputy Minister Sitlule had an oversight visit in that area of Sitlahole, whereby he was looking into the wastewater treatment works around the area, and the project also find expression in terms of the engagements from NAGA. And we had agreed in the meeting that was chaired by the Deputy Minister that we will convene a meeting to introduce the appointed contractor so that they can start with the work. Our team went on the day that was set, agreed by the district on the 18th. Unfortunately, the key stakeholder, the key people that was supposed to attend the meeting, which is the district and also the tribal authority, did not attend the meeting. So we have since rescheduled that meeting to the 3rd of December. And we also just hope that the district will be able to attend so that the contractor can be introduced and they can complete what is outstanding in terms of this project. Mabatu water treatment works, the project is continuing. There are no challenges on that part of the project. The plant itself, it's been upgraded by additional 10 megaliters per day module. The civil works, which was done by DW's construction unit, is complete, and then we are currently doing the mechanical works. And part of the project is to do the bulk line and the reservoir chair, and that project, it's the phase 2 part of the project. So that project is continuing. There's no challenges on that aspect of the project. And I think with the oversight that was indicated, the committee will be able to see the works on site, and we can even present the works that have been completed in full. If I move on to Vryburg, Chair, to indicate that in the Vryburg or in the Dr. Rufse Mumpati, we are operating the infrastructure that is owned by the district. The infrastructure is indeed porous, it's leaking. And because that is not our infrastructure, so in our tariff, we don't have the depreciation and the infrastructure replacement cost. So the district, it's supposed to implement that part of the works. So until the district can put money aside to make sure that they can do the infrastructure replacement, it means we'll have these challenges of this porous infrastructure, Chair. So yes, indeed, water is lost. Our team, in terms of maintenance, we do attend to the maintenance on the line, but really the line needs to be totally replaced, and the district needs to just put money aside for that replacement, Chair. But if it was indeed our infrastructure, it will be part of our CAPEX planning, and there will be also including the infrastructure replacement cost through the depreciation cost that we normally include as part of our tariff, Chair. I think, I've responded to that. And then the last one, Chair, is the 78 million overpayment. Chair, the matter is still on arbitration process. We are going to be sitting down in January, Chair, to be able to finalize on the matter, Chair. And once we are fully recovered and based on the arbitration process, we should be able to report to the Office of the Minister and to the committee accordingly, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chair. Lepelle, do you want to come in to add?
Thank you very much, DG, and greetings to the Honorable Chair and Deputy Minister and Honorable Members and the Chairs of the boards. I think DG, the CE and the Chair of the board has sufficiently covered me, but just to add by saying that indeed the COPTA through the HOD of Kota on the technical committee, they have been assisting in terms of the debt resolution on this municipality, inclusive of Ngakamudir Mulema. Moreover, the HOD has been chairing a committee that seeks to address the plea that has been constantly being made by the executive mayor of Ngaka in view of the grant funding that is under Magalies Water through Schedule 6B of the grants. In number of meetings, Honorable Chair, we have been addressing the issue of Schedule 6B in view of what needs to be done in an event that it has to be migrated from 6B to 5B. And in those engagements, we have been highlighting to the municipality, but there seems to be a lack of cooperation in terms of addressing that, because one of the requirements that we need to do from the side of the municipality is to receive annual financial statement so that we can be able to meet that requirement, but there is a lack of cooperation. Additional to that, we also need to do a tripartite agreement so that we can all have a number of roles we need to have between Department of Water and Sanitation, the municipality and the water board. But up to this stage, that agreement has not yet been signed by the municipality. I'm trying to emphasize that indeed COPTA, through the HOD, they are trying to assist in the process, but we are really not yielding any good results from the side of the municipality. In addition, in view of the sewer spillage, through our Water Services Act, we are also issuing a number of directives to the municipality, but they seem not to be addressing the challenge on the ground. But our additional support is the department. They have since submitted business plans under water services infrastructure, where we have to address the two wastewater treatment plants, that is Mabato as well as Mafikeng. We have since approved those business plans, but now we have to enter into that tripartite agreement so that we can be able to refurbish and upgrade those treatment plants in view of assisting the issue of sewer spillages. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, DG and Deputy Minister.
Chairperson, on this last matter asked by Comrade Gerhele, this one of the area where she comes from, I will ask the DG and Dr. Mate to look at it and then see what is the plan of action, and then we'll submit it through the committee so that, because the matter has been reported, and then Comrade Betty should be in a position to look at it so that we can address those areas. That will be the commitment we make. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kegakilwe. That's the responses. Are you satisfied?
Person, thank you. I had a follow-up question, especially with regard to the spillage in Mafikeng, because the response from the board was Mafikeng should be responsible for that. But now I have an answer, because I was just going to ask if did the department pay the district municipality their grants, both WSIG and RBIG. But now from the latter speaker, not the DM, it is clear that those grants are paid to the board. So my question is, why is it happening? And it cannot be proper that if somebody is not accounting, all our municipalities, they are not accounting well. But when it comes to Ngaka, the money now it's taken from them to direct to the board. I don't know what led to that decision by the department. Thank you, Chair.
Can the department respond to that?
We can answer that, Chair. Honorable Comrade Kegakilwe, please just note that all water services authorities that have challenges around the implementation of our projects where we give them the direct grants, and because of issues of capacity and other issues, we make a choice that this money must never revert to fiscus. Then ultimately we do indirect grants where we appoint the implementing agent, because citizens must never be punished twice on the basis that the institution responsible has no capacity. And Comrade Pete, you know, me and you knows, there are too many challenges there in that water unit, in that particular district. And our mayor there has been struggling to fix those things. It will be very, very risky to actually start to throw in money into that institution that has instability in their water services, wherein there are many allegations that are happening there. I don't want to say them here. But for the people of Ngaga Motir, at this stage, while their water services authority has challenges, they too, under the sun, they deserve services. That's the mechanism we've chosen. And when the matters of capacity have been resolved internally there, of which our DDG, Rismat and Lutholo, they are helping their chairperson, when they are actually at the right frame of doing things, chairperson will give them the money directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. Honourable Member, it seems you are satisfied, colleagues. We have come to the end of our meeting. It's 5 to 1. I just want to inform members that you need to speak to your caucuses so that next week, Tuesday, we have a decision on the amendment service bill so that we can finalize that. And next week, we will also have a meeting with the Auditor General on the department. It was also a request. We would have seen the one of the other entities, but we, on a request of the AG, we will have a meeting with the AG next week. And then next week, we will also fully inform all members on the travel arrangements to Bangkok, and then finalize everything that needs to be finalized next week, Tuesday. With that said, Minister, any last words from your side?
No, we want to convey our sincere thanks and gratitude to you, including not only the questions, but also the ideas that the members of the committee, they have on how to strengthen the water sector. And every time we come and engage with you here, we feel enlightened. We do love your portfolio committee. It has friends with independent minds, and it helps us to see the world with in different angles. And our water entities will pull up our socks because we have a duty now, like Minister said. Water is the most important equalizer around human prosperity. Therefore, once again, it's always a valuable engagement when we do it with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister. With that said, I now adjourn the meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Second or third is fine. Thank you, Chair. Bye.